City Commission meeting today and workshop. All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Commissioners, just a couple things. Commissioner O'Connor is on his way. He should be joining us momentarily. This is our end-of-year workshop. So some of us have been through this multiple times. For those of you who haven't, I think, Commissioner Goy, this is your first one. What we'll do today is get some updates from city staff. We'll talk about some priorities. We have a really robust conversation about housing, which has been a priority for us for years, and talk about one policy update. We will have public comment today because this is an official City Commission meeting that was called. It's a special meeting. So that won't happen, though, until the end of the meeting before we adjourn. So with that, I will turn to our Deputy City Clerk to do roll call. But before we do roll call, I do just want to acknowledge that we have both Commissioner-elects with us today. I want to welcome them. Grateful to have them here to hear this presentation. And I know they've both already started with their orientation and onboarding, and they're in the midst of the big learning curve that all of us experienced right after we were elected. But I do remind folks that according to our charter, even though the election was early in November, they actually don't get sworn in until the end of the month, and their term will start January 1, which hopefully gives them ample time to learn all they can before they are sitting around this table and sitting in those seats up there. So welcome. We're really glad that you're able to be with us today. I know many of us have already reached out to you. We are here to be helpful and support you as you learn this really important job. So thank you for being here. With that, I'll turn to our Deputy City Clerk.
Commissioner Perdue. Present. Commissioner Robbins. Commissioner Asasi. Present. Commissioner Goey.
Present.
Commissioner Knight.
Present.
Mayor Bliss.
Yes. All right, so now that'll take us to our official workshop items. And Commissioner, similar to years past, I'm going to turn this over to our city manager. I will, when it comes time for discussion, I'll go ahead and manage that. But for the presentations themselves, I will turn it over to our city manager and his team. Take it away, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, Commissioners. Appreciate you being here after such a long day yesterday. I know you couldn't wait to get back this morning to our 8 o'clock meeting, but appreciate your presence today. And before we go further, Mayor, I just want to take a point of personal privilege to thank those commissioners who are outgoing in this year. And first of all, thanking you for your leadership over the years. I know you experienced a lot of lasts, and this is the last prioritization workshop you'll do, and certainly appreciate your partnership over the years and your strong leadership, and certainly looking forward to working with Mayor-elect LeGrand as he comes in, but also to Commissioner O'Connor and Commissioner Goey. Commissioner O'Connor's not here, but I know he's a man of few words, and so he wouldn't mind me making that acknowledgement in his absence. So definitely appreciate his leadership. I remember sitting in this room when I was appointed, and he was very clear about the expectations of both being in the city and being part of the city, both living in the city and even though he couldn't require me, making sure that our kids attended GRPS. I'll never forget that. So the school district owes him. And then to Commissioner Goey, thank you for what you have done this year. And the work is still not done, although we're going to work you till the very last meeting. So thank you for your leadership, and congratulations to Commissioner-elect Kilgore and Commissioner-elect Belshak for your future leadership. So a couple things today. Again, this is a conversation. What we want to have is conversation. Some of the things are more informational. I think the financial overview, while we sit in a very fortunate position of being very well managed fiscally and have proved to be an organization that leans toward fiscal sustainability. There are some challenges that lies ahead that's really going to have to force us to prioritize. And as we look at, we've been very fortunate to have a lot of resources, federally, state, to help us in our endeavor in recovery over the pandemic, having some foresight into the future. We are certainly going to try to be as successful as we was in the past, but we know that there will be challenges. And so we are going to have to make sure we do a lot of belt tightening in our organization and really be clear on our priorities. And while we say, and you'll see today we'll have many different focus areas, there's going to be some hard decisions we're going to have to make during this upcoming fiscal year on really prioritizing. So that's one thing I want to do in terms of setting up the discussion. And so there's not any fiscal decisions to be made today, but there is a fiscal picture we want to paint. The second part in the prioritization discussion, this is really the beginning of creating a roadmap, an outline of the budget, if you will, at least in terms of not the line items of the budget, but in terms of the themes and the things that we want to attempt to accomplish. This is not the last conversation that we'll have about that. And once we have the newly elected officials on board, give them a couple of meetings to get an orientation of the organization and their awards, we are going to come back in February and have a similar workshop, prioritization discussion. And what we'll do is recast the financial forecast as well as get more input, at least from the newly elected officials' perspective on other things as we begin to shape the budget. And so why don't we begin with that financial overview, and I will turn it over to our CFO, Amali Claren, to paint the picture high level. Before we begin, I do want to thank our Chief of Staff and our Strategy Officer, Luke Hanfield, who has stepped in. As you know, Allison Sutter has decided to move on, but Lou was able to continue that role as well as his current duties. I want to thank him for his leadership in helping us and facilitating the conversation within the organization, getting us to this point today, and every component of planning up to this point, leaving no detail undone. So I appreciate him and all the others who have contributed to this. So with that, Ms. Claren.
Sure. I'll start out with just the first slide. Or you want to click it for me, Lou, while we're talking? So we already overviewed. Here is the roadmap to get to basically through the rest of the year. We start out with the staff retreat today. We'll have the mid-year workshop in around February 25th. That's the second meeting of the month in February, where we check in on mid-year performance, and then our goal is to introduce the budget to this body April 29th, with adoption just before Memorial Day on May 20th. And just as a reminder, our fiscal year starts July 1, but we do a follow-up in September of the fiscal year 25 performance. As far as our economic update, we do have good news. Unemployment rates are down. Usually we in Michigan outplay the national average, but right now we're a little higher than the nation at 4.2%. Inflation has come down dramatically. You'll see the chart over there to the right on the top of the inflation versus the PCE. If you're not familiar with PCE, that's personal consumption expenditures. That's kind of a subset of how they calculate inflation, but you'll see the Fed and some other organizations use this as a more telling marker for how households are doing. So it's the cost, think of it as the cost of living for households. It's a subset of goods tracking. So, it usually rises and falls with inflation, but it's interesting to see the differences versus inflation, which reflects the total economy. So we have those good factors, perhaps another rate cut. I've been debating that with our city treasurer. And as far as our challenges we have coming up with the geopolitical conflict, that of course results in some of our supply chain disruption. We have a slowing GDP. So as inflation comes down, we've seen a cooling off of the economy. There's all kinds of guesses on what's ahead, but as far as the impact of the election, if I had a crystal ball, I say that to you guys a lot, but with the changeover to election, knowing we're going to a Republican like government, what we saw last time was a downward trend in our RINs value. So we'll be watching that. Renewable energy market is propped up by subsidies. So a lot of those subsidies sunsetted last time. That might happen again. So we'll be battling the RINs price, perhaps. Our grant and assistance programs, you know, what is the priority of the new administration? What programs continue, as well as, I already mentioned the cost of goods sold, but if there is this tariff policy, how's that going to impact especially our large construction projects. So yeah, those are the city implications. We're also looking at higher interest rates right now, so I'm concerned with the cost of borrowing, which is the opposite of the city treasurer's, where he's happy, he gets to invest at those higher rates. So me and John are a bit of a yin and yang in that way. So there's a good and bad story with that. Obviously, with any debt we issue, even though we are looking at a market compared to 2 to 3 years ago that had lower interest rates, we will be looking for refundings to make up for those higher interest rates right now. And then as far as our labor cost goes, this is a bargaining year with new contracts due to start July 1st. So one thing to keep in mind as we look at our financial picture is leaving room for that depending on how discussions go. We also have the class and comp study, as well as increase in benefit healthcare costs. So one thing, though, that is a priority that I believe is in our focus areas, we want to be a Grand Rapids is the place. We want people to come work. We want a competitive wage. So we will be continuing that work. And I'll just move on to our revenue picture. Income taxes outperformed our budget estimate by $1.8 million. You'll see at the bottom there, we expected a base growth. So this is outside of all refundings, compliance, anything. We had budgeted for a 3.5. So for the first time since, well, at least I've been CFO, so for the first time in 5 years, we've underperformed at 2%. However, we're still making up a lot of ground with that compliance work. Our income tax administrator, again, hit it out of the park. She's been using a lot of temp workers to focus on that work, and with things lagging last year, she saw the base growth lagging. She did put more effort towards that and really hit it out of the park to make up for it. As far as our other revenues, they're all generally stable. The one thing to note, though, is with our CVTRS, it's a portion of our state shared revenue. That is partially being funded through ARPA programs, I believe with the public safety allocation, and the coronavirus relief fund are also components of that. So stable for now. We're looking for our latest forecast. Usually we get one at the end of, the state does a revenue sharing forecast, recast of the forecast in end of January. So that helps us dictate if we do need to make budget adjustments for that. But for now, we're assuming it's going to remain stable. As far as our 5x5 of the general fund, again, our income tax with the compliance is growing healthy. Just because we have noticed Jennifer able to pick up more than expected of compliance work still, we are still budgeting our compliance to be $14 million in fiscal year 25 and then tapering off because that bucket should get smaller till it stabilizes around 5 or 6 million annually. So we're tapering that off through the forecast, but we did bump up our growth to 4% for fiscal years 25 and 26. And while I see this cooling off in the economy, I'm also seeing the pressure from wage growth, things like that, that we might be able to pick up some pennies with. So, as always, property tax is a slow and stable growth, and you'll see the green line there, our ARPA allocation, that's specifically the $92 million our city received specifically. That's tapering off by December of 2026. You'll see in the first column at the bottom, we did result in a surplus this year of just under $9 million. That's largely as a result of compliance performing really well. And as you go out to the end of the forecast, we are performing, better than where we were at with our final adopted budget. I believe we were closer to our policy level of 15% because we increased our income tax expectations. We're now up around 21.9%. You will see that we are still operating at a deficit fiscal years 26 through 29, and that's simply the growth in our expenditures, contracts, things like that. Is outpacing our revenue expectations, obviously. So what we'll be doing as we step into the next budget is really trying to scrub down what is going on with our expenditures, if there is any excess, things like that, just so we can get a more accurate picture, because we do, have a lot of things that are going to feed into this picture with, I would say, the labor bargaining being the biggest variable. So as far as our budget stabilization fund goes, our policy level is 10%, and that I think we're all familiar with the budget stabilization fund, but for a brief reminder, our budget stabilization fund is just our rainy day fund. This is something that was set up coming out of the Great Recession back in 2008, 2009. We've contributed to it. We're able to contribute to it when we do have a surplus, a general fund surplus. So this is a year, for example, where we could contribute to the budget stabilization fund. You'll see that we do, we're slightly below policy level at the end of fiscal year 24 at 9.6%. If we did want to choose this year to get back up to that 10% level, it'd be about $750,000. This body could consider contributing more to make it inflation, to offset inflation impacts or things like that, and do $1 to $3 million, just so it could be above policy in the years ahead. Debt issuance. So last year, we talked a lot about what we have ahead as far as issuing debt. We have huge anchor projects that are happening downtown. So in the past fiscal year, you'll see we did issue $20 million on behalf of the DDA for the amphitheater. We had the Lions Square project, which hopefully it'll be done in a couple months so we can go see it. I walked through there the other day. It's exciting to see these big anchor projects along the river coming to fruition. So that's coming along. To remind you, that debt service, we're paying 20% of the, we share that with the DDA as well. Scribner, we issued that in June. That was $60 million, as well as the parks and the street lighting bonds. That also included an allocation to the Griff's Ice House. That was $23 million we did this summer. What we have ahead and what we talked about yesterday is more debt related to the amphitheater parking garage as well as the soccer stadium. And then upcoming, we have facilities projects, a little bit of water debt we're going to issue, street lighting again, and of course Knapp's Corner. That has just been kind of lingering. We're waiting on the Drain Commission to settle on a design, so hopefully that'll happen within the next 6 months to a year. And then, of course, there's the Fire Training Center, where that is a mixed capital deck. We did get $15 million from the state of Michigan. Chief was here yesterday talking about the grant he received to help fund the burn building. I think that was around $1.5 million. And then I believe there's another $3 million grant. I didn't get on here, but he is trying to offset as much as possible through grants so we don't have to issue as much debt. And my final slide today is just on our $92 million state and local fiscal recovery funds. These are the categories we're fully dedicated out in each of the areas. So one part of we've had some things slide around a little bit or fall into different categories based on our compliance cleanup. For instance, I'd direct you to the hotline where it's 326,000. We actually have about 2.8 million that is in provisions of government services. That 2.8 million got moved down into that category. So what you're seeing in the hot line is actually our Network 180 investment. Another major line is the strong and healthy communities. That is the Greenway contributions, as well as the other big chunk of that is the MLK Lodge that's under construction right now. Scribner, we increased that allocation slightly to 18.2 million. And again, I know these are big rolled up categories, but if there's specific information you need about any of them specifically, I'm happy to break out that. So, and that is what I have.
So just before, Mayor, we pause, just, again, there's no decisions to be made, but just from a fiscal outlook, I think as we look towards FY 2026, my focus will be honoring commitments that we made certainly in the capital program, as well as the prioritization we issued or have identified within the ARPA spending plan, sustaining prioritized services. So our essential services, sustaining those unless we reprioritize what those are. And among the prioritized services, since this is a bargaining year, contracts are due, taking care of our employees, both in terms of contracts and what we can afford to do relative to market. So those are some of the big things that will be shaping the fiscal plan moving forward.
All right, I'm going to pause here. I have a couple comments and a question, and then I'll turn to my colleagues. So, Commissioners, just a couple observations of mine and a little bit of history as well, and then a question. One, I am glad to see that the ARPA funds are fully dedicated. Many of you have been following some of the chatter. I know I've been on calls with other mayors. There's talk with this new administration about doing clawbacks for any of the ARPA funds that haven't been spent or haven't been allocated or fully dedicated. So I think it's really important that we try to get those dollars out the door as quickly as possible with this new administration, which I have a whole host of concerns about, which I'm not going to talk about here because it's not appropriate. And then, secondly, just a little bit of pride, myself and former commissioners, including Commissioner O'Connor. It's kind of weird to think that I was around this table in 2008. It was around this table during the Great Recession when our city did not have a rainy day fund. We had zero. We went into a budget season with a $33 million general operating fund deficit with no reserves. And it was after that that myself and the Mayor Hartwell and other colleagues established this policy and started putting money in the rainy day fund. My hope is that this next commission won't have to dip into that. But if you do, I hope that you remember hard decisions were made, not just by city employees, but by the commission all those years ago to try to make sure that we are in a better financial position if we experience another recession ahead. I think that's important history, knowing that there's ups and downs in the economy and we have to be prepared for that. And then my concrete question to our CFO. Ms. Claren, I'm a little concerned. I think this might be one of the first years that I've seen where our income tax came in at less than what we projected. That I know it's volatile. I know that it's probably one of the most volatile because of how those funds are collected. So I know that, looking at this past quarter doesn't always indicate that that's what will be for the next 2 quarters of this fiscal year, which obviously ends June 30th. But what's concerning to me, and maybe you can elaborate why you're projecting this, if we're already seeing that we're not meeting the projections for this year, do you feel, and I appreciate the compliance, which I know we've worked really hard to increase compliance. I'm not sure that that is sustainable. The projection of 4% for the next 2 fiscal years, 4% increase in income tax, and I usually disagree with you that we're too conservative. So this is weird for me to say this.
Yes.
But seeing mid-year income tax not meeting our projection and then projecting 4% in the next 2 years is a little concerning to me.
Yeah, I attributed that for local wage growth. So what I didn't touch on this. I probably should have explained why I put this chart in the lower right. I probably should have moved it further in my presentation, but we're seeing wage growth. Sorry, slide 5, yeah.
Okay.
We're seeing wage growth outtrend inflation right now. So my Deputy Scott Seendon and I, we hem and haw for a couple months over what do we do for income tax, because it is a very uncertain bag, and ever since the lockdown and then reactivating again and figuring out the work from home versus who's in, is being able to forecast income tax has been extremely complicated. We do believe we've stabilized on the work from home, but we are seeing that wage growth, for example, in here is climbing because with unemployment up, employers are trying to retain who they have as well. So that we started going towards, 3% or remaining at 3% as we have been for the last fiscal year, but then seeing how our compliance has outdone our expectation and has almost every year I talk to you guys. We know that when our income tax administrator opens up the state tapes, she doesn't have a full grasp on what she has until she goes person by person through there, and it's evident there is more lying out there than what we expected, even with our most recent batch of tapes we got for 2021. So we thought we'll keep our it was really just a last minute, let's keep our compliance the same, where we have 14 million, 12, and then it tapers down to, I believe it was 5 or 6 at the end of the forecast, where we think we're going to stabilize, because that's where we were before we started this backlog. But knowing we're outperforming, let's throw another percentage on top of income tax, because that's been our experience as a city. We made $9 million this year, and I believe when I presented the budget last year, we were going to lose money. I think we were going to lose around 1 million, 1 point. Yeah. So that's the, and obviously we're going to watch that very closely. I'm expecting to get more, especially with the economic updates we get through December and January, just to get a good feel what's going on locally still. Okay. So you may see that forecast adjust when we get to the mid-year update, as well as that'll be good firmed up. So when we introduce the budget, we should have something a little clearer. But
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I appreciate that background. I just think a word of caution, if we continue to see us not hitting projections with income tax, if we do start to see a recession, historically, the first thing the state has consistently cut is revenue sharing to cities. And so potentially our projections for revenue sharing 4 or 5 years out could also be less than we expect. So I just think it's something to be mindful of. Other questions, Commissioner O'Connor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late here. Just again, I reiterate your point about the budget stabilization fund, and if we're sitting at 44% of our fund balance for our general fund at this point, that's well over policy levels. So I think it's prudent and smart, especially given the uncertainty coming, which I think we're all feeling about the future. To take $700,000 from that, still leaves it at a very healthy, far exceeding policy threshold thing. I think that's just a smart thing to do, given the, potential income tax slowing and other global uncertainties.
Yeah. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Robinson?
Yeah,
Commissioner Sassi?
Yeah, thanks. I'll just agree with that too. I think I'm hopeful with the economy, but I think there's still a lot of markers that show some uncertainty, and so I think part of good governance is that piece that I think we're really lucky our predecessors put together to help stabilize our financial outlook as a city. But I would also be very interested in rounding up or whatever the difference is in that balance to get us back up to the 10%.
Commissioner Sassi?
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation, Ms. Claren. Just a couple months ago, as we were looking at the outlook, we were like, this is too conservative. I would support that conversation and think, that will continue to be, as we talk about issues, how do we continue to stay connected, obviously, on the state and federal level, which I think will be in a good position to do that with incoming leadership, and then also our city leadership as well. I did want to ask and then let me say this, I think, so we're talking kind of like this very macro level, like what is happening in our economy, but I think we have to continue then to come down to the day-to-day, what's in front of us at a commission meeting. So, we've had conversations about multiple projects. How are we going to increase that income tax into this organization? And so I think it's having that outlook, and then also how do we enable that? What do we actually have control over on the local level to bring in more income tax into this city? So we're going to have some of that in front of us, and it's not just one project, but it'll be this continuation. I think, I wasn't around the table in 2008, 2009, but I, worked in manufacturing, and I worked for a manufacturer that was very diversified in what their offerings were, which helped them to be in a better position. And so I think that we're going to have to continue to think about that. Who are we attracting, the variety of projects that we have. So it's that both and of the macro and micro. Going back to the 5x5, you talked about the 4% assumption, and, do we keep that? But could you talk about, yesterday we had the review and fiscal of like the ERP plan, and we know things like that. It's where's Tim? Sorry. It's a construction project. It's going to take longer than what we assumed, right? I think that's built into the assumption if you're going to make an investment like that. I think we did that because we said, how can we may not be able to, again, you talked about talent. We're going to have to enable technology. We're going to have to enable systems and processes that are repeatable so that when we definitely need that human touch, we're going to be able to have that, but we have a lot of confidence in our system. So was that 4% also recognizing some of the efficiency created with the ERP system as we think about, obviously bringing revenue into the organization and time frame for processing?
I think it definitely could. I think the ERP is supposed to make us more efficient in how we process things like that. So we might see that offset on the expenditure line. We know we're going to self-service payroll. We know that might provide an opportunity to either remove costs or enhance some of the services the city does. So there's a whole lot around the ERP that opens up opportunities.
Yeah, but it didn't factor into the income tax
No, not into this,
forecast.
but
it may, later on if we start looking at actual costs.
Yeah. One thing mentioning the ERP, though, is the timing was fortunate because we are able to leverage one-time money instead of the city having to go into debt or incur any other kind of expense related to it. We did utilize ARPA for that, which was, a great use of it. So.
Okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Knight, then Commissioner O'Connor, and I'll just add, I sure hope for how much we spent on ERP, we're able to be more efficient and cut costs. If not, shame on us. Commissioner Knight?
Yes, exactly. Just a question when we're talking about the budget statement. Well, first, I just want to throw out there, because we do have two commissioner-elects in here, and when we throw out acronyms and short names and stuff like that, they have no clue what we're talking about, so if we could just be a little more.
Okay, we'll try not to use acronyms. Good.
I wasn't listening.
Good point.
They didn't say it, I just was like, I know how I felt. So, but asking, when we're thinking about the budget stabilization fund, my question is, when we're talking about offset and putting extra money in there, where does that money come from? Was my first, go ahead.
It would be that general fund balance. We just do a transfer into, from there into there. So we're sitting at, just under 78.4 million. So we would just be moving money from one fund to another. And once you get it into the fund, it's protected money. It takes a 2/3 vote of the commission to put that money to use as well. So.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
I was just trying to
Side note. Oh, okay, we go. And then my other question was, for bond financing, I know even, I wasn't here last night for that conversation, but I did hear some questions and got a couple of messages afterwards that people asking questions about, and maybe I'm jumping ahead, but talking about our bond rating and how do we, what does that look like? Like, where do we get to the point where we're too far and it affects our rating, we're doing too much, and then how do we communicate that better with people so they understand that when we're doing these bigger developments, how that comes into play and what it makes our credit rating look like within the city, and that they're not giving anything up out of their pockets to make that happen.
Yeah, that's a great question. With bond rating, there is a set of criteria rating agencies, measure us up against. And we have we hired a financial advisor once we got into these, got in discussions with the amphitheater and the soccer stadium when it became the decision that the city would issue the debt. One of the things before we had agreed to do that is, well, let's run it through, how we anticipate the rating agencies are going to respond and where's our level of tolerance for if it negates, or if we shouldn't be doing this because we're putting our bond rating at risk. Because if we put our bond rating at risk, it makes everything else we do more expensive, because that debt's going to be more expensive if we sink our bond rating. But with the amphitheater and the soccer stadium specifically, since that's what we talked about yesterday, when we negotiated the agreements with the CAA and the county, we put in the agreements this debt service reserve fund. And that was to protect the city's liquidity, which is a huge factor when it comes to our bond rating. So we have another, in a sense, rainy day fund should another pandemic come in this hotel motel tax that is very volatile when it comes to what's going on with the economy. Are people going to want to go stay in a hotel or not, or is there a lockdown? We do have that budget, debt service reserve fund to, I'm sorry, I'm used to using acronyms too. Words are hard when you use them all the time. So we do have that rainy day fund there, though, should a pandemic hit, and it mitigates the risk to the city. So obviously we have that in place. Deputy City Manager Barron's also negotiated, more clear outline of how the waterfall works to insulate the city's risks as well. So it's we tried to attack it from every angle we can, just to make sure we're good. We are ratings criteria has been revised a little bit. When we just went through bond ratings related to the amphitheater parking garage, and we were able to maintain our AA rating. And again, it's all these great policies we have at the city that helps. So yeah.
Molly, just to be clear though, I know this because I just researched it. Our bond rating has been pretty consistent for the last over 20 years, even during the recession when we were facing significant deficits and we had no rainy day fund. Our bond rating has been pretty consistent. And so the probability of it being negatively impacted based on our historical good financial policies and practices, I know you all are always concerned. I am not concerned at all because I feel like I've had this conversation so many times around this table.
Yep.
And it's very consistent. So
Mayor-
it's a risk we have to consider, but I don't think it's a significant risk.
And when we proposed this year's budget, the FY25 budget, we said this is the year of capital. And we disclosed that while we had a goal of obtaining a AAA bond rating, that's part of our strategic priority metrics, that even with all the capital that we were planning, we were still able to confidently maintain our AA bond rating. And that was considered as part of the fiscal planning, both the annual budget as well as the 5-year outlook.
The main thing that I always have wanted to at least go up, while CSFO, I always thought it'd be cool to go up to AA+, and AAA would be amazing. But one thing that holds up our city specifically is that median household income. We don't have the reach the county does to be able to get a AAA. We're just judged on what's going on specifically in the city, our tax base. So and there's not an easy button for me to give everybody a raise. So that's the economics work against us a little bit as far as rating increase.
Yeah.
We're working on it.
I see city managers we have a lot to get through. So I'm going to take just a couple more questions, then we're going to move on. Commissioner O'Connor?
Yeah, so to Commissioner Knight's point, I think it's important, the important context is there's two city policies driving funding reserves. One is 25% of general fund operating is one city commission policy. So if you look at the 5x5, the bottom line unassigned fund balance is essentially our general fund operating reserve. And so.
Yeah, oh,
to-
sorry, and just,
15.
that needs to be, the floor for that is 15%.
Right.
Yeah.
We've been trying, since I've been a commissioner for 9 years, we've been trying to maintain 25%, right? That's been the value we've all held. And then the budget stabilization fund policy is 10%. So to fund the budget stabilization fund, you would have to pull it from unassigned fund balance to make up that difference, which is still exceeding our internal threshold. And then I think Commissioner Yasasi brought up, the income tax and the projects, right? And again, looking at the 5x5, income tax is flat, but going back to the conversation we had last night about the transformational brownfield and the amount of potential new income tax revenue that could and should be recreated as a result of that project being somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 to $3 million in the first year it's active, that adds, a couple, 2.5% to the overall income tax, where, if you look at that, what the property tax makes up about 9% of our revenue versus income tax revenue. So it's much easier to grow income tax by adding residents and jobs that are contributing income tax dollars to our general fund. So it's even with the elimination of the property tax from a project such as that and other projects we've eliminated property tax from, the income tax is how we actually operate the entity to the most efficient degree.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Final comment, Commissioner Perdue?
Yeah, final comment. Thank you for the conversation. I guess I'm thinking about our conversation around income tax, and I think this is another reason why it's important to invest in our neighborhood-based business districts to get kind of our vacancy, our vacant and blight taken care of, get those districts occupied, get business in there, get jobs in there. So I want to emphasize that and that connection to our income tax conversation. And I know that particularly in light of what we're talking about today, I hear this pressure to focus on increasing or attracting higher level income folks to the city. And I think that is important to our overall strategy. But I also want us to remember a lot of the good, hardworking folks that are already here and that will continue to come here. A large proportion of our jobs in the city are lower wage jobs, right? And particularly given the uncertainty of the next administration around social services, social support, there's been promises to gut a lot of the federal government. We rely on a lot of relationships with the feds, with the state to support our citizens and our residents. I just want to ensure that we keep front and center that now is also the time to, as we think about growth and financial projections, to also double down on how we support all of our residents. Because life might get financially harder for a lot of folks, particularly lower income working class folks. And so I don't want us to forget about that first promise to the city as we focus on bringing in more jobs and bringing more higher wage jobs. It's a both and, but we have to talk about them as a both and.
Yeah, well said. I actually really appreciate all of you around this table because you've been very consistent on focusing on the both and, yes, and. It's not all or nothing. It's not one or the other. So thank you for saying that. I think it's important for us to continue to make sure that they're both a priority. All right, with that, I'll turn back to our
Thank
city
you.
manager to talk about our roadmap.
Okay, before we go further, just to put in time context, I want to make sure who has to leave before 1 o'clock. Any early exits?
I have a hard stop, probably right at 1.
Okay. We'll try to get you out before 1 o'clock. 12:15? We'll try to get you out before. I said try. Here's, in terms of time check, so I wanted to spend about 20 minutes just kind of creating a financial picture, and the conversation was good. So this next section, we want to try to spend about an hour and an hour, 15 minutes, hour and a half minutes on the prioritization discussion. Mostly discussion and not decision-making. Again, we'll have time to get to decisions, but I want this to be a conversation where I get your feedback, and we will revisit this topic again in February. But this is a good initial conversation, since many of you have been working on these issues that are not just annual. I mean, you don't solve them 1 year. They're multi-year kind of short-term issues, and some are even long-term. So what I will do, just to remind you and the public that much of our strategic thinking is based on our values as an organization, and I heard them reference, I think DeAndre referenced them yesterday. I was happy to hear that in terms of our 6 values of accountability, collaboration, customer service, equity, innovation, and sustainability. And based on that, and how we deliver services, we focus service delivery into 6 priority areas: governmental excellence, economic prosperity and affordability, engaging connected community, health and environment, mobility, and safe community. And just keeping inventory of both the priority focus areas that we finalize as part of the fiscal year 25 budget, as well as ongoing discussions that we've had on the dais and among small group conversations. I and staff have been working on taking an initial draft at some of the focus areas for fiscal year 26 based on the 6 priority areas. And so what I would like to do now is just to take a moment to go section by section, and not necessarily for a solution, but in terms of the essence of the focus of some of the things that you think will be helpful in moving our city forward as we begin planning for the next fiscal year. And so we'll begin with governmental excellence. And in lieu of me reading and going through every one seriatim, I think what I'll do is just take a moment to give you a minute to look over the areas of focus that we've identified and to see if there's any others that any that you wish to comment on more or inquire about.
City Manager, you have legislative opportunities. Can you remind me when we will look at our legislative agenda again?
Yes, we'll do it. We'll do 2 things based on your previous inquiry. We'll look at the lame duck agenda today, and we can do that at the tail end of this review. And Ms. Farrick is prepared to distribute that agenda. And then once the new commission is seated and the mayor appoints the new legislative team, we'll revisit our legislative priorities and bring forth our agenda back to City Commission.
It's typically with a new seating of who's in, so with the new state reps and, so every 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner?
The evaluation and prioritization of facilities, because we obviously talked about some of the bonding. We also know that I think we're not fully committed with some of the federal dollars for some of that, for some of the, like I think about the West Michigan Works building, I think, we had put in a request. I don't remember where it's sitting, but if it's not right now, but just a review of where we're at in terms of, what we sought out, and then what we're maybe getting, and then what is coming out of our capital fund. And then, much like we've done, I think, we try to do with like our construction projects and parks, is just the timing all of that, right? Like we got to know this week about some of the ADA upgrades that are going to be here. So especially just thinking of the ramifications as it relates to a legislative perspective.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. I know I've been in city manager's ear about this as well, like with our trail work. The $55 million we got for the Greenway is also ARPA funds. And the fact that some of those projects haven't even started yet, and we need to have those dollars spent by 2026 is very concerning to me.
Let me go back to your initial point about the facility evaluation. So I did get a briefing on the facility analysis. And with everything that we have going on year end, my intent was to bring that forth to the City Commission after the beginning of the new year. And it really, to me, there was no surprise in terms of facility needs, in terms of updating what we should focus on, but just had a thumbnail sketch, obviously continuing with the capital work for Scribner, building out the fire stations. There's opportunities to do some improvement and upgrading within City Hall. And then we have other properties like at 1120 Monroe. Once the fire station, the training center is vacated, to look at potential use or reuse of those facilities. That seems to stand out as some of the top priorities from the facility use study, as well as making more efficient use of some of the space that we already have. But we'll definitely tee that up after the beginning of the new year.
And then one other thing is on the biodigester. I think, can't remember where those last conversations were that we've had on the dais, but I do think, again, thinking about we've talked a lot about sort of our long-term investments, and even as we think about that, the previous conversation about our debt and debt service, it's the more that we have debt that we're repaying, that actually makes us stronger. It's that calculated conversation. So I think we've had that with some of these large-scale projects, like what will be that return? But I know there are probably some questions there on a couple of pieces. So that you've shared, like in our 2-on-1. So I just wanted to keep that one front and center as well.
When the actual, on the REN side, the contract, or the recommendation from third party, I'm looking at Mr. Matthews, when are we anticipating that to come back?
Takes a team. So we're in the process of negotiating with the selected broker right now. So our anticipation is to bring that back at the first meeting in December for a decision. We do have several options for bridging that gap, December to January, that we're also working through with the Rapid and with DTE. So we're hopeful that we'll have both of those answered for that first meeting in December.
Thank you.
And I'll add to the facilities piece. We did the study on the feasibility of creating an entertainment center at Indian Trails at our public golf course.
Oh, yeah.
And it's been a while since we've heard an update. So is that wrapped up, and will that be part of the facility analysis conversation?
Yeah, I think we're actually planning to bring that one back before the end of this year. So when the Parks Department does their park plan update, it'll be either the first or second meeting in December. We'll have an opportunity to get an update on that.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments or thoughts on governmental excellence? I'll point out one in terms of the FOIA backlog. I know that has been something that has, we've tried to focus on adding more resources to the police department specifically, and I think we have reduced the backlog by half. I'm looking for Matt, half, and maybe I'm going to put our city attorney on the spot. We have two. We have police, and then we have general, and I think we're making progress on both.
General's never been.
You need to comment on Mike here. I don't know if the chief wants you to hear you say what you just said. You want to comment on it?
I was just saying that general has not been a problem because we don't get as many, whereas police, it's probably tripled over the last few years with the videos, the in-car videos, the body cams and all of that. So a lot of changes were made, as you well know. We had an audit done of the department, the police department, took on all of the recommendations by the outside person. City manager support and additional staffing, and so we've come a long way. We're not all the way there yet, but as Chief said, we're halfway. And so that's huge, because keep in mind, in trying to catch up, we're also having to maintain the day-to-day, which is a lot. Does that help?
Helps. Thank you. And then the other, I'll point out, you're poised to adopt the master plan by the end of this year. And so what that will do for the next commission is allow us to begin several layers of implementation, looking at policies, procedures, but also we will be looking at our strategic plan and seeing what elements of the strategic plan will need to be updated or revised by the master plan. And more likely, that'll be after the budget's adopted, because we'll still be digesting the plan. We'll do some of it concurrently, but we'll really go in depth into the strategic plan post-budget and really trying to have an updated plan by January 26.
And I know, we're still at the government.
Yes.
Okay. Because I think it's important to know as well that the completion of the master plan will then trigger a process to update our zoning code.
That's right.
So, and that usually, at least years past, that's taken about 18 months. Where's our planning director? I think it'll probably be is that about right? I don't want to misspeak.
You'll have to come to the mic.
A year, or just shake your head. I'll say it for it. 12 to 18 month process.
Okay. All right, let's, if there are no other comments or questions, we'll go to the next section on economic prosperity and affordability. And
One more. When we do our updates, aren't the 311 calls and kind of KPIs related to that usually in this section?
on customer service,
Yeah.
I think we have it engaged and connected, or it may not be here, but it definitely is as part of our performance updates.
Okay.
Yeah,
wanna
that's
call
a
that
good
out.
point. Yeah, I wonder if we should add that to government excellence, because responsiveness and customer service and the effectiveness of 311 is definitely part of that.
Actually, thank you for mentioning it. Now I do recall. It was a priority focus area previously that we focused on, but because we have addressed it with the resources and cut down the wait time, call time, we revised it for 2026 as something that has already been addressed. So that was the thinking why it's not listed on there now.
All right. Well, we may want to consider adding it back. I think that's something that
yeah.
should stay a top priority. And that would be,
That was going to be my comment. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
that would
just
include
over conversations over this last year, even with the department and some of the things that they implemented, and it's not working quite well. Yeah,
Agreed.
I think we're back there again.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you, good feedback. All right, we will move on to economic prosperity and affordability. I'll give you a few minutes to,
Well, I'll start on this one. Two things that jump out to me that I'm glad to see on here, but I also think need a little bit more time and attention as priorities. The business corridors, our CIAs. I'm so proud that we have corridor improvement districts in all of our key business corridors in our neighborhoods. I've always believed that, having those entities that can collect the increment there from that business district and reinvest it in that district is good policy and a great tool. It's been years since those were developed. All of you sit on one of those. I think it would be wise to assess what's going well with our CIAs, what are some of the challenges, and what the city can do to better support them, knowing that they're all in different, I'd say they're all in a different space on the continuum. Some have grown exponentially, some have good staffing, some are still growing. I do think that there's an opportunity for the city to take a look at our support of CIAs through our Economic Development Department and provide greater support where it's needed to make sure that they're all strong and effective. So I think that should be a top priority, or at least I would recommend it be a top priority going into next fiscal year. Again, and I would say it's support and for all of the corridor improvement districts, making sure that they're all strong. It always kind of course, when I was second ward commissioner, it didn't bother me as much, but now as mayor, I don't really appreciate when it feels like it's one corridor district over another, or one's doing well and not the other, or one ward is doing better than another. I really think that we need to make sure they all have a certain level of support to be as successful as possible. I think that's good for our neighborhoods. And then the other one on this list that I think we need to spend some more time on, and I know Deputy City Manager Behrens is working on this, but it should, in my opinion, be a priority, is support the improvement to the continuum of care. Having been working in this space around homelessness and housing and low-income housing now for a number of years, I think our current governance model and structure for the COC needs to be improved. I think there's some good models around the country where cities are doing it better because they've changed the governance model. I think that should be a top priority and should move a whole lot quicker than it has. And then also we need to, when it comes to the continuum of care, make sure that we are investing in good data and good data quality efforts to make sure that the information that we're getting from the different systems is accurate and that we can make good policy decisions off of that. I think that has been a huge issue for years. I think there has been some improvement, but I think there's still more work to do. So looking at that section, those are the two that jump out to me as priorities.
Mayor, can you, before we move on, can you just clarify a little bit more on the support for the corridor, the CIAs, and obviously they have the ability to staff up within each corridor improvement authority. Are you talking more general support from the economic development department centrally, or can you just elaborate a little bit more on what that might envision from your perspective?
Well, and I'll let, my colleagues serve on those. Here, an observation of mine is that we provide basic support for the administrative piece to make sure that we're in compliance with state law, which is important. There are open meetings. There are certain things that we need to comply with. All of that is really important. But I think back to North Corridor, and I served on Michigan Street Corridor. I served on Uptown, and there are other needs besides just administrative support. There's somebody that each corridor improvement district should be able to work through a strategic plan with priorities and have somebody, not somebody that they share between 5 corridor improvement districts, in my opinion, but somebody dedicated to helping them move forward the goals that they have for that district. Years ago, I don't know if y'all remember this, years ago, when we first started creating corridor improvement districts, we tried doing it through a nonprofit organization called Neighborhood Ventures. And Neighborhood Ventures, again, was trying to support, at the time, 4 brand new corridor improvement districts. And it just wasn't effective. Every single corridor improvement district, in my opinion, needs somebody supporting them. And then some of the funds they have, they can use to have somebody going to bat for them and working in partnership with the city to make sure that those goals are accomplished. So I think it's worthwhile to assess our current level of support and if we need to do more to support those districts. Commissioner Sassi.
Thank you. That was one of my top things for the next exercise was the CIAs, because again, I think, we had this conversation about the macro and the micro. So macro is looking at our income tax, levels across the city. The micro would be how are we using multiple number of economic development tools inside our business districts? And I fully agree. I don't think they have been fully realized. And so then we have this, why is there more emphasis on this, but we're not fully using the tools that exist at that neighborhood and business district level? And so I know we're having that conversation on the North Corridor side. I know there has been some good conversations. I know, with our engineering department, specifically around some of our bioretention islands, how do we get a standard process across the board in terms of, what does that maintenance look like? What does the repair look like? I'm really appreciative of that. But also just fully understanding what are all the things they can do under that tool. Many of the folks who are coming onto the board, they're business owners who are busy. They're giving that time that they have, but they're running in and out. And so just recognizing either a refresh or review. I know we have our annual meeting, which is great with the corridor improvements, but I think that can help combat an either or in terms of our economic development strategy. I would also say, I was looking for it in health and environment, but I don't think I see it there. Or no, I'm sorry. No, never mind. I do see it there. But I think this goes back to some of that economic prosperity around the rental certifications, because there is a workforce development component to that work as well. So as we think about, what Commissioner Perdue talked about, we're not going to necessarily drive the workforce development at a larger level, but thinking about where those opportunities can be to mix up what's needed from an economic standpoint and what could be those higher paying jobs. And then, the other thing in this section would be, I think you've said this as well, but the Rivers Edge projects and making sure that's connected to the ARPA timelines. But then lastly, again, also looking at some of the great work that we've done, both which is existing on the planning side and economic development side, but also mobility side or equitable economic development and mobile GR plan calls for a lot of that work as it relates to workforce development, calls for a lot of that work as it relates to the neighborhood business districts, as well as some of the things that we've done to help emerging developers, creating these out of the box plans. So I think sometimes, again, people can disagree and say we're not doing certain things. I think sometimes we're talking about one thing at one time and not looking at the cadre, and I'm glad that we're going to be doing that today, talk about the cadre of investments that we have, like say for housing, but I think that also exists on economic development side.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think maybe, I've talked to staff about it, and I think maybe you and I have talked about previously, like this community of practice, best concepts among quarter improvement authorities, similar to what we do with the neighborhood, annual meeting, bringing people together, talking about what's happening in other communities. I actually did talk to, because I think, one of the well-organized and resourced authorities are DDA, and talked to Tim Kelly directly about an annual gathering. I know he goes to nationally downtown association meetings, but if we did something here locally, and certainly they could be a part of that and help to really leverage their experience, but also hearing from the neighborhood corridor improvement authorities as well may also help to strengthen as well. Mayor, and then on the continuum, we're definitely going to talk about that in the housing section even more.
Good. Thank you. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Perdue, then Commissioner O'Connor, and then Commissioner Goy.
So in this section, I totally agree with the comments previously shared around business corridor, CIA support. I've served on Uptown, I've served on Southtown. Just starting point, longevity, staff support structure. They are very differently positioned, and we need a lot more support in Southtown. Related to that, one of the bullet points under here is implementing the community master plan, but we also need support to implement the business area specific plan. That's an outgrowth of the community master plan. It was created maybe 5 or so years ago, and as I go and as I thumb through it, I see a lot of strategies that are still needed, and there isn't a clear ownership, right? That gets to what the mayor is talking about in terms of support. I think we need more support from economic development, from city staff to help own and execute that plan. There's a lot in there. And to Commissioner Yasasi's point, volunteer board members who are running their businesses day in and day out likely don't have the time or the capacity or the positionality to lead that. So certainly business corridor support and implementation of the business area specific plan, and I'm thinking specifically for Southtown given where we are now. Secondly, what sticks out to me in this section, as is I think top of mind for everyone, is that first bullet point around creating affordable market rate housing supply and leveraging our full range of tools. I just want to emphasize the housing at all affordability levels, particularly that low income level. I would like to see that more of a priority for us and to be more aggressive given all the reasons that we talked about today and over the last few months. And doing that in a way that is mindful of patterns and trends related to wages, related to we are expecting a growing aging population. We have folks in our city who live in substandard housing that's often correlated with folks who don't have as many resources. So really a holistic approach around housing. And I think we talk a lot about rentership, but ownership. How do we support more people to ownership? There are a lot of folks who are renting who could potentially be owners, who might want to be owners. There's this interesting research that was done. For years, renters who have consistently paid rent could have a strong credit score that will qualify them to get a mortgage, right? But for example, Fannie Mae did not recognize consistent rental payments as part of the credit score calculation. Well, after much pressure, and I think 2021 or 2019, I think 2021, they said, okay, we'll include that now. I mean, for the prior few years, 1 in every 5 people would have qualified for that mortgage who weren't because of that small policy change. And I think about how different the market was pre-2019 to now and how those folks are boxed out. So all of that to say is, particularly given the financial situation we are in now and that we expect to be, how might we also support people to ownership in our city, and so that they have more control over where they live and have better protections around changes in the market, trends, costs, so on and so forth. So I want to name that. And then related to housing in general in this bucket and in our later conversation, and connection to, are we implementing our plans? Are we kind of taking what we write down and make it actionable? Is an anti-displacement strategy. We know anecdotally folks are being displaced from the city. We know there are differences in resource levels and racial implications. But I don't know if we have a concrete data on what that looks like, why people are migrating in and out, what's a decision and what's kind of forced. And even so, I know anti-displacement strategies are in a number of our existing documents. It's proposed to be in our community master plan. We need to realize that intention and actually create a plan and execute it. And then finally, related to this, and also under economic prosperity, kind of bridging housing, bridging business support, is how might we prioritize and support emerging and new developers and emerging and new investors as well. So those are kind of my top priorities and what's top of mind for me and my constituents as it relates to economic prosperity and affordability.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. I'll do Commissioner O'Connor, and then Goy, and then Knight. Go ahead.
Yeah, so on the bid SID piece, or the SID piece, I guess, I think that's the rub, right? Like, we've established the districts all over the city. They all have authorities now with active boards at various stages of their life cycle. But the CIA authority only allows you to essentially spend money on capital improvement projects, right? And so the rub is that a lot of the things that we want to see in the neighborhoods, business districts are, cleanliness efforts, ongoing maintenance efforts, which can't be funded with SID dollars. And so like Uptown has a bid, but nobody else does outside of the DDA. And I think there's, having served on the West Side SID now for a long time, like there's some hesitancy from, I've been pushing to say we should do a bid, but there's also this rub like, well, why should we pay for something that we think the city should already be doing? Right? And so there's a bit of a disconnect there. And so figuring out what that strategy is to help these CIAs get to the next level, whether they want to choose to do a bid, or figuring out what are those baseline services that the city could potentially be doing without having to establish a bid to help support that. We just bought trash cans for the West Side SID to put trash cans all over the business district, but a business has to adopt that trash can to empty it because you can't spend CIA funds to take care of it. So, there's clearly buy-in from businesses that want to see that happen and are willing to take on that burden. But at the same time, like is that the city's responsibility to make sure the neighborhood business districts are clean, or is that the responsibility of this other authority? I think that's the rub. And so I think there needs to be some further education to the CIAs about how bids work and what opportunities they provide, and then thinking about the CIAs as it is a mini DDA in a sense that it can do economic development type activities. And I think making sure that the bids are fully aware of how they can actually function, that they can potentially purchase real estate, that they can do larger capital type projects when their budgets get big enough. And those are some of the things that are, I think, more transformational, right? More similar to how our DDA is being involved in these development type projects. I think bids and SIDs need to play in that, or SIDs need to play in that space, and be a partner in bringing and attracting, finding that eyesore property that's been a problem in a neighborhood business district for a long time, and figuring out how can we, as a collective of other owners in that district, rectify that problem. And then I think one other thing, as it goes for support from economic development back to the SIDs, is, I think there are other, there's a tax capture mechanism in place, but are there other funding mechanisms or incentives or supports that exist. I think there are. I think, there's like Main Street grants that come from the state that don't get talked about at the SIDS and bids unless it's so I think that's the disconnect. We need to know what other programming is available, that if we do want to do some sort of capital project, are there other support systems that can, allow those things to come to fruition or not.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
It just occurred to me as hearing the conversation earlier around the support, and you're right. We kind of bifurcated on the capital needs as well, the other things around beautification and cleanliness, and what the DID has is a full-time executive, trained, very qualified executive, and I'm sure they're good people that work in other corridor improvement authorities around the city. But this shared model of an executive, it could work if several came together to hire an executive comparable to what is experienced in the DDA. So, I mean, if we want that level of strategic expertise where you're thinking about redevelopment and development across the city, and where you have one focus on downtown and others focus on areas outside of downtown, I mean, that is something, I know, Mayor, you mentioned that was tried before. I don't know to what level the person was qualified to do it, but I do think it's worth considering.
I think the challenge when we tried to do it before was that you had one organization working with several CIAs that were competing, quite frankly, for attracting businesses and competing for resources. And some of the quarters felt like, I want somebody only advocating for us, not for the others. I think again, I go back to it's a both. It's what is the level of support that the city should be providing to make sure these organizations are successful? And then how can they use their resources within the CIA to do the individualized corridor work that they want to see done and have it be more of a partnership model? I can tell you from serving on the DDA, we have these same conversations. It gets really frustrating when we're like, why isn't the city paying for that? Why do we have to pay for the streetlight? Why do we have to pay for this? And this back and forth about who pays for what. I think what would be helpful for the corridor improvement districts as well is identifying what is the base level of expectation of city services so that we don't have to spend time in the CIAs having these long conversations about who's paying for what when it comes to cleanliness. There should be a level of expectation in every single one of our business corridors. And then the CIAs could truly focus on those enhancements, like the flowers, right? We wouldn't expect city staff to do that. However, there is a level of cleanliness and service that the business district should be getting, and it should be fair across all the corridors. And I think right now people feel like it's not.
And then you throw in the West Side corridor having the highway through it, right? And then you're dealing with MDOT too, who also isn't always the best partner in terms of maintaining their assets. So then it's, we're looking at how do we beautify the gateway into the neighborhood to make it more, make it more attractive, but it's MDOT's problem, and they're not actually being a good partner either in maintaining their assets. So,
Well, we should be like other cities and just do it and ask for forgiveness if needed. Let me make sure I get to Commissioner Goy and Commissioner Knight. We need those are the areas where we could not follow the rules.
I hope you remember the forgiveness part as I finished my spot comments.
Okay, Commissioner, have at it.
I think a lot of the things that I was trying to maybe make comments on has already been said. Let me just say that from my short time here, that I think that one of the things, especially for the Third Ward, that it might be a good thing for a change in how we look at the Third Ward in terms of why don't we make the Third Ward one business district? We'll never compete with the DDA. They can pull assets because they've got a vibrant business community, they can make assessments and all those kinds of things. The third ward in his history is not able to be there right now because of historical decisions. And therefore, I think that there has to be in any economic development and prosperity and affordability conversation, in my mind, we need to realize that those historical decisions may now require the city of Grand Rapids to take a look at the third ward differently. So I think that the way that, I like the idea of finding individuals or an individual to take hold of the issues at hand for our business districts, and especially giving the same importance to neighborhood building as we do the downtown building. It shouldn't be a competition. It just means, we recognize that both parts are equally important to the city and to the benefit, to the well-being of our city. As I look at the financial projections too, I don't know if we can afford to put for every CIA or every organization that we can put someone in there that is capable of just handling that particular piece. I just don't think we have the money for it. But I think it is important that we do have some form of that structure where someone probably has the dedicated time and resources necessary to help build that portion and or that part of the need within, especially within the third ward. I think we talk a lot about, we're projecting a lot of, in a financial report, they're talking about, we want more rich people to come in here to raise the income tax revenue. I'm not so sure that is I think it'll happen, but I'm not so sure it's going to happen in that amount. Listen, rich people don't have to live here. And people who have high incomes, they may think about living. They may not think about living here. Why do they want to pay city income tax when they can live outside where they don't have to pay city income tax? So I think that the projections are, I'm not so sure that they are realistic. But I just think we need to rethink about how we have done things. There's been a lot of good things that are happening in the city, absolutely. But we talked about that. The new administration is going to bring some additional challenges to us. And we need to make sure that we understand that, and we should plan for it. And hopefully, if it didn't happen, great. Then then it helps us do even more in the future. But most of all, I just want to say that we need to realize as a city that there is going to be certain needs that needs to be met within the third ward that have been brought on by historical decisions, and we need to just recognize that and just acknowledge it, and let's just figure out how to do that. Let's figure out if there is a way in which the whole third ward can be one business district, and we can work around that. Maybe collectively, the total number of projects that can be that can bring new vitality and prosperity to the third ward can become enough for the city to say, we'll allow you to have a $100 million bond so we can accomplish your projects. But individually, that'll never happen. But if we can do it collectively, maybe that's the new way that we do business in the city. The downtown is going to have all their big projects, and that's fine. I'm not against it. I'm just saying, let's do the same thing, and we'd be more creative and innovative for addressing some of the shortcomings that has been part of the history of the third ward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I appreciate your point. And just to make sure that everyone is aware, CIAs can make adjustments to their districts. There's a process under state law to do that. And so each of the districts, they have the ability to look at that. And there are some parameters and kind of guidelines on how to do that and what's appropriate and what's not, what properties can be included and what can't. But that is something that the CIAs can do. So just FYI, for the CIAs and all of you, as I said, serve on those, that could be a conversation around those tables.
And I would love that conversation, but we also have said that the reasons that has been kind of fragmented is because, well, this is my district, and I want to do my thing, right? We can get rid of that kind of, narrow focus and look at the total picture. I think that would be very helpful, and I think that can be done with bringing organizations together into instead of 4 or 5, maybe 1 or 2 at the most, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Commissioner Knight?
You all hit that area, so I don't need to go back and beat that one. But I think one of the things that I definitely think we need to continue to focus on, which is kind of the foundation of all of this, is supporting and looking at ways to leverage our MLBE program and make that even more robust. I feel like it started and then it kind of shrunk back a little bit and it moved up a little bit more, but now it feels really stagnant in that space. And I know there's a lot of organizations out there that are trying to support minority business owners, WBEs, WOSB, all of those, and really help them get to the place where they can get a bigger piece of the development, right? And so that's that economic prosperity for them. That's that entrepreneurship for those particular businesses to allow these people to grow in our community. And I know we've done some, but it's like, how can we step back and look at how we can be a little more strategic in how we're dealing with developers that come in to the community and want to do this work, and they're doing the very lowest percentage possible in doing some of these. And I think it feels like we've almost gotten comfortable to let that just keep happening. And how are we holding them accountable to that? What other tools, what other things that we can use to make sure that they are really focusing on that work, not because you need the federal numbers or you need to check a box, but because it really needs to happen. That's the only way that we're going to allow these businesses to continue to grow and to start doing that new developer process within our city, watching how some of these MLBEs have now gone on to developing properties in our community and being owners of that space and being able to say, I did this in my community, right? That's huge, and I think about that every day, but I don't know if we're really putting the focus in that space and collaborating the way that we need to on that. So that's something that I really want to put some focus on.
Well said. Thanks. All right, I think we'll move on to
that sounds good.
engaged and connected community, City Manager.
Yeah, but I neglected to share the lame duck legislative agenda when we're talking about governmental excellence. So can we do that real quickly?
Or do you want to get through this list and then do that at the end?
Okay, that'll work too.
Yeah, I think this is a good flow, so I don't want to break it up, and then we'll just do that at the end.
Sounds good. Okay, let's go to engage and connected. Any comment or thoughts on the focus areas that are listed?
I did want to just throw out the improved engagement with the neighborhood associations and really looking at how we can support their work. We talk about the CIDs, but then now you have this other extension of the city that really does a lot of work with keeping the communication with neighborhoods and working with businesses and also with the city. But I also feel like they do a lot of work on a shoestring. And that when we're talking about supporting the CIDs, I think they're just as important, and that we need to be supporting them in the work that they're doing so that they're able to continue to be that extension of who we are as a city itself, because they do a lot of that work. So that was my only piece on that.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Asasi?
I was going to say, I feel like I've been talking. You go first, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Goy, go ahead.
I really appreciate the item, continuing immigrant and refugee community engagement. I think the data is showing and has shown that West Michigan is one of the landing spots for many of the Southeast Asian and African refugees coming into Michigan. And Michigan is probably in the top 5 states in the country that's receiving refugees from around the world. So although I think we are I think we're doing well, but I think we need to improve a lot on that and make more investments on that. And it's not because so much as, oh, we got to be nice and warm and fuzzy type of thing. These are individuals that come with the talents, and they come with resources that we don't even. There's some assumptions that they are a drain on our economy, and the data will show you that that is not true. So how do we take better advantage of this talent that is coming in here? And that maybe take some intentional investments to ensure that they have those opportunities. I know we did this at the state level. We did one time, just an example is that one time we had a policy, state policy that required if you're going into the barber business, you had to have 3,000 hours of practical experience before you can have your license and things like that. Well, we had a lot of the Middle Eastern refugees coming to the state of Michigan who main work in that area was in that business, and we finally were able to say no, not 3,000 hours, but 300 hours. So I mean, we got to take a look at all the things that, even in the city level, are there barriers that we need to take a look at. So things like that, I think that as we continue to receive immigrants and refugees into West Michigan, to Grand Rapids, maybe we should take a look at that and say, what can we do to enhance our ability to enfold them into our community and have them become a rich asset to our community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well said. Commissioner?
Thank you. I would say, I think about what is the city here to do? What is in our charter? What is our core set of work? And then also all these, the other pieces that we know make a vibrant city for people want to be in. And so I really want to lift up the communications as it relates to different construction projects. I also think I would say in there, we have to remember it is certainly the things that the city has control over, but how are we working collectively with our utilities and other partners? Because at least the reports, from Deputy City Manager Behrens and Mr. Berkman was, obviously we're managing a project with a lot of different stakeholders. And it's not to say, well, this is somebody, I don't think we've ever said like, well, this is somebody else's fault, but just to talk about what are all the nuances related to it. It's not just the city's deciding to do this one piece and we're delayed. I think, we had some of that from, again, this compressed season from some ARPA dollars as it related on the north end last year. So I'll be looking forward to what is that plan. And I know that the team is already working on that. But I know there was, as we just talked about business districts, there was a lot of just frustration and strife. And so, again, all these things are interconnected. So I want to lift that up. I do want to say I appreciate the continued work on 311. I would also say let's continue to keep it here. It's such a valuable connection point for all of us. I value it. We're going to have new colleagues who I think are also going to value it as well. And what are the iterations that we can make around it? So I know that that's something that Angela and Lou have been working on. And then I think it's not on, well, it is on here, but some of the community framework, I haven't had a chance to talk to city manager or my second ward colleague. Somebody had reached out to me about an engagement that they had with the city and kind of saying, where is this baseline for engagement and just some questions that were asked. And so I think we continue to have some opportunities to say, what's the standard? Because I think we have set a high standard of community engagement, but how does it trickle down into all of the different engagements we might have? So I'll be sure to follow up with the both of you at our 2-on-1.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Commissioner?
I'll double down on the enhancing project communication. I don't think I need to belabor that point. Just lost my train of thought. Come back to me. It's going to come back.
Okay. Commissioner Robbins?
Yeah, thanks. I'll just say yes and yes to those comments. I think the First Ward's had a number of larger projects that have caused some challenges, and I know that there's a lot of parties working on that aren't necessarily under the city's purview, like the utilities mentioned. But I think even too with the smaller projects, like I just think of sidewalk constructions. I know there were a couple situations where the contractors, it's on them to communicate to residents when work is happening, what type of work is happening. But I think I don't know if there's always like follow-up to ensure that that's happening or some level of accountability if they're not. So I don't know specifically what the solution is to that, but just something that has been on my mind. I think overall we've done a good job as a city in the past, year, 2 years of being creative with engagement too. But I think we just continue to hear from people saying, maybe the message was out there and I just didn't hear it. So I think there's almost like a last gap to address of how do we educate people on where to go to find certain information? Because I know, with a lot of things it is being put out there, but just making it as accessible to people as possible. I know a couple of our departments have done a really stellar job with social media and like TikTok in particular, educating people on small bits of information that they never would have thought to ask. So whatever we can continue doing, I think on that front, using those departments as a model for success for other parts of our city, I think would serve us really well.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm going to take this opportunity to give David Green a shout out. I don't know where David is. We clearly have more work to do when it comes to communications, but I can tell you since he's been here, I've seen really significant improvement. And so I just want to thank him and his team. Commissioner Perdue and then Commissioner Knight.
Thank you. I had a lapse. I remember
That's all right.
It's a little active listening. You're like, what was I thinking about? So in the vein of communication, so 2 additional points in addition to what was already raised. One is our boards, our volunteer boards and commissions. So us 3 actually serve on a committee on appointments, and we will have new leadership in the clerk's office in terms of support for boards and commissions, which is excellent, and I'm really excited about the changes that they're ushering in from a process standpoint. And some of the feedback I've received from chairs of boards, members of boards, is they ask this vital question of, are we a board, particularly advisory, or those actually are allocating dollars, are we a rubber stamp? Are we resident-led or a resident rubber stamp? And so I think we as leaders in the executive office, I think get a little bit more clear on that and make sure that message makes it to all of our liaisons and all those who are supporting and managing those boards. I think that's essential around communication and engagement, where we're saying, come help us make these decisions, come advise us, help us to make funding decisions. How are we actually making their voices and their input central, or is it our voices and our input, speaking of city staff, and then just kind of them being a check mark? And that was some of my experience when I served on some of our volunteer boards years ago. So I think that's one aspect that's not explicitly called out that's really, really important around engagement and communication. And then the second thing that I wanted to mention, we hear a lot of people who are frustrated, I think rightly so, about hearing about projects, construction projects and other projects very late. We've had folks who are asking us, what are you doing around housing? I think members of this body have been sometimes defensive and proud to say we've done a lot. But as I've looked at what we've done, or I try to do my research to look back and say, what have we done over the last few years? What have we done before I was here? Where are the notes of what has happened the last 2 years? A lot of that information is not readily available.
Defined.
Looking on Housing Now website, right? That is part of our plan for housing. It hasn't been updated in so long. So it's right for the community to come and frustrated, say, what are you doing? Because we're not telling them, right? And then oftentimes we get frustrated that they don't know. So I think that's a huge miss and something that needs to be remedied. And I run into this probably every other week looking for something on our website, and it's just outdated. It's not there. And it's a true disservice for transparency and communication and awareness that we really want to push so much of. So I wanted to make that point, and particularly around these hot topic front of mind issues like housing and others, we have to show people what we're doing. And then just doubling down on the construction and utilities. I hear that a lot. And, quite frankly, I'm oftentimes not pulled into projects like the Three Towers project until about a week before it hits media. And so, I think that's an interesting approach, and share some of that frustration that our residents have around feeling like they're one of the last ones to know about some really, really major decisions coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go.
No, I was gonna on the earlier point about the engagement level of boards and commission. I think they're the chartered or the established reasons in the bylaws, but I do think there's opportunities to utilize them more effectively. A couple come to mind, especially around engagement and not just the governance in which they were intended to. Vital Streets Commission, for example, has that specific responsibility, helping to actual recommend projects and multi-million-dollar projects. But I do think on the other end of it, around the construction and communication, and when people experience these difficulties, they go to their commissioner advocates, they go to staff, et cetera. There's probably another role in terms of communication and bridge building. We could use the Vital Streets Commission for in terms of actually helping us not only in front-end planning, but also during the delivery process to help kind of, do check-ins, communications on how things are going. I'll give you another one. I mean, some of the things we're doing around housing is novel because we did not have an affordable housing fund or a board to do that. As a matter of fact, the intent was to have the Housing Commission do that work, and then we internalize it. But I think that's another, even though we don't have continuous funding going through it, that's not to say that there's not another role that they could help us in terms of exactly what you're saying, kind of the advisory on communication of housing affordability, housing projects, et cetera. And so I do think there's opportunities to improve engagement without creating something new, to reevaluate how we are already using those things are in place, and then to create synergies among the neighborhood associations, inviting them to the Affordable Housing Fund Board meeting to kind of create this overlap of focus and purpose, particularly when there are important issues.
I like the idea of how do we make what we have more effective, more efficient. And part of doing that is talking to the end user, right? Talking to the neighborhood associations. I meet with mine on a regular basis. Me and Commissioner Goey have, and Commissioner Moody, and every single meeting there are concerns that are on, not in our purview, quite frankly, but around the engagement with neighborhood associations. And I want someone to ask them directly, what do they need from us in terms of support and convening, so on and so forth. So I think in order to be able to do some of that, we have to ask people directly, what do you need? And create an environment where they feel safe sharing it, because quite frankly, many of them, neighborhood associations, developers, particularly in affordable housing, and they need to maintain good relationships with the city. And so folks have spoken really candidly with me to say, I am nervous about sharing this really negative constructive feedback. I don't want any blowback. And so we also need to be sure about creating those kind of safe, trustful spaces and be genuine in our asks in order to kind of make those changes in a really effective way.
Yeah, I'm going to go Commissioner Knight and then Commissioner Isasi. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make sure she was finished. I would be remiss if I did not go back to the enhancing the celebration of the arts, culture, and heritage in our city neighborhoods and commercial districts, and being able to further support the work that's been going on so far with our arts community. I know just in the last couple of weeks, there's another arts organization that closed here in this community, and that's really sad to hear. And me personally, working in that space for the majority of my life, know and understand the importance on that. Just not even the arts itself and how we ingest that personally, but the impacts that it has educationally and on the mental health of our community members, and how it expands and explores the way that we think and the way we see our communities, and how vibrant our cities can be, and how we as a city, how we support that work within our community. Because, and I know across the nation, I've seen a number of arts organizations that have closed, but they have not had any direct support from their city. And so what does that look like? Because we want the stuff, we want it to look good, we want people to come into our community and say, ooh, I love that, and I got this feeling from that place, so I want to continue to go back there. But how do we do that and support the people that actually do that work without expecting them to just give us something? Mm-hmm. Right? Or because you got that talent, it's really great, we'd love to use that, can you do it for this? As opposed to really being respectful of that skill set, because it is a skill set, and then that's a business that they have, and being able to support them in that to help actually grow the economic development of our community and those people that are in this space.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I think I'll do last point here with Commissioner Sassi, and then we'll move on to health and environment.
I just wanted to say, I think as I'm sitting here listening, it's this this good conversation. We have a lot of notification, but not communication. You know, so notification of like, we've shared this. I also think what is all of our responsibility? I think sometimes we're trying to do so many things that we fail to kind of fix the one thing and get that really good. And so I want to, because I know, you know, we're sitting here and all of you, this is always like being a fishbowl. You all are like sitting around us and watching us and like, what are people thinking? I'm sitting here always kind of like it's human behavior, but I want to. I can't see him.
Next time we'll sit you over here.
I'm like, does my hair look okay?
We'll switch like at halftime.
My hair look okay? But no, I want to give, because I think sometimes it's like we take these many steps forward and then it's like a frustration, but we know that there's, so I want to keep that motivation for this next year. This work is, it's thankless many times, you know, and so I want to give a shout out to Mobile GR, to Max and Mobile GR. We were having a conversation, much like what Commissioner Perdue was talking about, as it related to some mobility pieces, finding something, you know, somebody had responded, they said, I didn't hear anything. He's like, we have a standardization process. Have them send this to me because other folks are out in the field. They're responding to things. It's not that people aren't responding. And I just want to thank him for his proactive nature to say we can make this process better. And I know there's people in every single department that do that, but just really thinking through that systemically. So we have that, and I just want to lift that up. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, final comment, Commissioner Goy, and then we're going to move on to health and environment.
I just want to say I really appreciate what Commissioner and I talked about the arts issue, because it is important. And in fact, for many years, as many of us may remember, there was always about STEM, but now the conversation is about STEAM. And arts is not just this warm, fuzzy feeling. It's an economic driver. It generates, I think last statistic I remember reading was it generates about 4.7% of the national GDP. And this is why I think that even though the Grand African American Arts Festival Tour is a good major thing that we need to have, and it's going to benefit the city, it's just unfortunate that the Third Ward Equity Fund has to fund the whole thing, when the whole city will benefit from it. So we need to do that now. I understand that, but I think in the future that those kinds of funding needs to come from the total city budget, not from the Third Ward Equity Fund. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, so now I'm going to move on to health and environment. This one's hard for me because all these are important. I think the whole thing is hard for me because they're all important. And some of these I was hoping to accomplish while I sat around this table, and I wasn't able to do that. So I've already talked to Mayor-elect LeGrand about that, and I have great faith in his commitment to try to get some of these things over the finish line. So I'll leave it at that. Hopefully, before I say goodbye to this world, I'll see solar at Butterwood Landfill. No, I'm talking before I die. I hope I see solar on the Butterworth landfill. We've only talked about it for 20 years. I don't know how long I'm going to be around. I'm approaching 50. I have more life behind me than before me.
Mayor, we are closer now than we've ever been before.
Well, I sure hope so. I'm coming back.
We are closer now
coming back.
with the funding that we have received to make the connectivity to the primary circuit, at least on that portion.
I know. I want to see the whole solar array, though.
But we're going to take a step that we've never taken before.
I'm gonna trust those of you still around this table and the two commissioner-elects and mayor-elect to finish what Mayor Hartwell started all those years ago. So, all right. Any other feedback on this section?
I think we talked about certainly the tree planting effort, Mayor. You've really led that and have done a real job of greening our city. But also, I think in terms of resilience, we need to focus on making sure that those trees that need to be pruned or cut are done so in a timely manner and have increased resources in the Parks Department, and so that we're not like other communities when they have severe weather, unnecessarily disrupted for longer period of times with outages due to tree down. So I think that's, in addition to planting, we also have to do a real good job of maintaining and pruning.
Yeah, I think we've made tremendous improvements in that area. So why don't we move down then to mobility, which obviously is still very connected to health and environment. I mean, all of these topics are connected. We know that. So commissioners, any additional comments on mobility? Again, I think in the last, especially 8 years, and I give a ton of credit to Josh Naramore, who's no longer with us. We've moved forward on a whole host of mobility initiatives and have made improvements. And I'm quite confident the current director is going to continue that work. So any comments on mobility? Commissioner Sassi?
Thank you. I think this was something that Commissioner Knight and City Manager and I talked about at our last meeting. I shared with you about this. It was related to some project work on Wealthy Street and related to bike lanes. And, you know, there was a conversation of they weren't implemented because there wasn't a desire from the business owners. But I also know my colleagues in the third ward have talked about some of the concerns that, because and I think it was Seymour Square losing parking spots. And so I think we have to come up with a standardization process as it relates to community engagement. I mean, I think around this table, we know it's not really like there's 15 for this and 10 against it. We make our decisions in a strategic manner. We make our decisions based upon, you know, some of the zoning changes we just made, obviously these transformational projects, how are people going to get around and off of ramps and all these sorts of things. So I know that you were following up on that item, City Manager. Because that came to our attention. And so I think if we're, I would just like some standardization there. So I don't need to belabor that. And then there was one other thing I wanted to say on here. I think going back to what, Commissioner Perdue was saying in terms of communication, I always say people need to hear things 7 times by 7 ways. We need to say, what don't we know about something? We all got probably 3 emails from David Green about the car share program and, you hanging out the window and driving the car. I wanted Commissioner Knight, let's go somewhere.
It actually is, I encourage all of you to do it.
She was like,
it was amazing.
No, and so 15 years, like nobody was thinking about this, even like probably 5 years ago. And so thank you to, city manager, city staff for like, we might not be able to do everything all at once, but we can try things, we can innovate. And so I think that's another example of that's hitting on a lot of economic development, mobility, health and safety, our climate. And so I always want to be open to feedback and what we can do better. I also want to say we don't need to go and do a bunch of new things when we're doing some really good things right now. So I just want to continue to focus on that piece of this innovation, that this is like that's the overlay in these focus areas. Thanks.
Yeah,
Mayor?
I appreciate you saying that. Sorry, City Manager. I think back to, and I hope the next commission continues this, like try things. It's some things we try, it's not going to work. But I think we need to keep being innovative, keep piloting things. I remember the excitement when we started May Mobility. Remember that? The driverless shuttle around the city. And so many people thought it was going to be amazing, and it was. And then COVID hit, and, the company. But what an incredible opportunity for us to try new things and take advantage of the growing technology. And there's going to be so many technology strides over the next several years that I hope we take advantage of, AI being one of them. And so I hope that you continue to do that. Yeah, fail fast.
I was just going to, I'm glad Commissioner Sassi brought up the philosophy around mobility and particularly micro-mobility now that we will adopt a master plan. And are we going to be as intentional in terms of our implementation as we are in our planning? Are we going to be bikeable, walkable by design or by exception? And I think that's the question, because if you look at the communities who have done a real good job of standardizing micromobility, they have really bought into the philosophy and made hard decisions, unpopular decisions that ultimately over the next 30, and we're not going to do it all at once, but if you continue to incrementally build, resurface, reconstructed streets by design and have micromobility built into it, sooner or later the entire city will be connected. But if you do it by exception, then you're going to have disruption in your network. And so I think that's not to be decided, that you'll have an opportunity to talk about this during the adoption of the master plan and then when we begin talking about implementation. But I think that's an important conversation that we'll need to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Did anyone other? Commissioner Perdue and then Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you, Commissioner Usasi, for kind of bringing up the engagement piece and standardization. And I'll just add, I think, standardization for engagement, but ensuring that we have a responsive implementation, it will be really important as the second part of that. Just want to call out, particularly under health, the waste item. I know that we have some decisions to be made around that soon. This time last year we talked, there was a lot of excitement around how might we make a plan around organics? How might we introduce or pilot, try things around composting? So just want to raise that up. And City Mayor, I'm not sure when that item related to our waste management system will come back up for briefing or discussion. But just, I think that's a really, really important priority in the short term as well.
I think probably not till next year because it will be contingent on some decisions made at the county level.
Okay.
And they haven't made those yet. Probably, I anticipate they will by the end of the year. So I think this is going to be a topic that the next commission will have to make some key decisions about next year.
In addition, we'll have our own discussions around the number of haulers we want to have in our city as well. And I know the staff has started taking the feedback we've gotten from last briefing and started meeting with some of the haulers. And then at some point, we'll begin the public discourse with the residents and have that conversation, as the mayor said, next year.
Sure. Thank you. And then I will be remiss thinking about both health, environment, and economic prosperity and affordability. We've had some really unfortunate incidences in our city related to water main breaks and the impact of that damage. And so, how might we think about planning for worst case scenarios like that in the future through some sort of relief fund. So I just want to make sure that stays top of mind for us because that's really, really impactful and devastating for folks, both from a health perspective and economic prosperity perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Robbins, and then we'll move to Safe Community.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll keep it brief. I just want to say I hate to pick favorites, but Mobile GRs has a very soft place in my heart. I love serving on that board and just great people, very visionary, and very passionate about transportation, which is best case scenario for us as a commission. I know that we've talked about and heard concerns about some of the safety elements with micromobility, particularly the rentable scooters and bikes. So just want to bring that to our attention that body is doing some studies and bringing in some third-party information to see what other cities are doing, how we can still use those because we are one of the top cities in the country for usership rates, which is awesome, but doing so in a way that's not causing extra safety concerns. So that's one item. The second thing, too, I know we've talked about this in the past, too, but with the Dash in particular, I think as that service grows and we've rebounded from COVID and we've seen increase in ridership, which is great, but just thinking about like what kind of strategy we want to have for its long-term sustainability in terms of the cost that it takes to operate something like that. It is a free service for people, and so being that it's free, it's dependent on our funding, grant funding, what other revenue streams go into making that happen. But just something I think we should keep on the top of our mind as we talk about our greater mobility strategy and making sure that it's quality and accessible, but also sustainable for the long term to be with us for the long haul. So.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, which leads us into Safe Communities. And so we'll take a look at those. I want to give a shout out to, I think Chief Brown got up and left, but our two chiefs and Chief Winstrom, we're so grateful to have them leading our departments. And then Mr. Brandon Davis over there with OPA. Appreciate all of your leadership as well. So Commissioners, thoughts and feedback on Safe Community? I'll add my initial thoughts. I'm really proud of the work that we've done around mental health co-response, violence prevention, and then around enhanced recruitment. And so I'm hopeful that those will continue to be priorities and that we'll be able to continue to see improvements when it comes to our safety in this community. So, and I'm really proud of the work we've done around fire prevention. And every time I see the numbers on how many smoke detectors and carbon dioxide detectors that we're putting in homes, that really makes me proud because I know that saves lives. So, Commissioner Knight?
Yes, I'm just want to say how grateful I am. I don't think probably in all my life and living in this city, I've felt more proud of the leadership that we have in our safety, for our police, our fire, and just the desire and the intentionality about looking at how we staff, how we recruit, how we train, reaching out into community. I think I had this conversation with DC the other day about the neighborhood policing and being able to get back to a place where we actually have those people in the community where I heard about an incident over this past weekend and it just said, had there been possibly a neighborhood police in that area, they might know a little bit more of the neighborhood and being able to kind of help mitigate some of the things that might happen with people. And then also thinking about Cure Violence, how that has come on board in the last couple of years and been really strategic about not only just being in the streets, but being in the schools and being forward thinking about how they interact with young people in our community and with the juvenile court and just being a very present help. And then thinking about that in itself and how we fund that, right? Because a lot of cities that do Cure Violence in their cities, the organization has to raise all the money. And I know the city has come alongside, but there's a lot more that needs to be done, right? They can only operate in a certain area. So if it's outside their service area, then that's a space that they're not being in. But also one of the things that I wanted to think about when you talk about our co-response models, how we're looking at expanding even more out into other communities, because I know a lot of that happens around just downtown, but I've noticed a huge uptick of a lot of unhoused presence and mental health issues in areas where people have migrated out of downtown and there's no support and they don't know what to do and they don't want to be in a space of criminalizing homelessness, but they don't know how to handle this and how we could think about expanding those models into the other wards and into other communities to be able to help support that as we continue to see more people come into our community that may not have the resources that they need to sustain themselves, and they may not have the housing, and they may not have a job that can really take care of the needs that they have. So being able to support some of that work, and how can we look at that and look at expanding that outside of our core here downtown. And that's it.
Yeah, thank you. I could not agree more, and I think that also, even though it's not on this list, a commitment that our city needs to have is to continue to build our relationship with the county and Network 180 as key partners in this space. And I think we've done a really good job of building that relationship and that partnership, especially over, I'd say, the last 5 years. But that needs to not just continue, but to strengthen. So thank you for that, Commissioner Sussy, and then Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you. I would also, I think if we think about some of the things that we have responsibility for, when we were able to tour the Behavioral Crisis Response Center, I think I shared that, just having positive experiences, some of the data that we received from public safety. So that also included having to change some state legislation. So what does this process look like long term? But I would be remiss if I didn't continue to bring up the reality and a systemic issue of domestic violence as it relates to kind of the response that our public safety systems are responsible for. So I'd like to continue to keep that front and center as we disaggregate the kinds of crime that has impacted the city. What are the systems that we need to work in? I think it's going to be a challenge. Again, we talked about kind of what's happening on the federal level, dollars that have flowed typically to some of our local organizations, I think are going to be questionable. So I just wanted to continue to highlight that. That will be a priority for me.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you saying that. Thanks. Commissioner Robbins?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I appreciate Commissioner Knight's call out of the community policing model. I think that's one thing I have heard consistently since my time being around this table, is how do we get back to a place where we're not just treading water with our public safety resources, but being able to be proactive, to go into our schools, to build relationships, spend time just chatting and being present in the community beyond just viewing public safety as solely a response method to address concerns. So I think that's huge. I know we talked last time, I think, at this very meeting about, if and when we get to being fully staffed, which it sounds like sometime in this upcoming year will occur. That's fantastic. But as we have more people want to move to the city, we have more people visiting our city, I think talking about what it would look like to authorize more people to, if that needs to be addressed, I think is an important part of the conversation. So that's one thing. The second, I know this was listed on here under mobility, I think Vital Streets and our mobile GR team does a really awesome job of being thoughtful in street design and mobility strategy to incentivize people to slow down. But I think that there is just a missing enforcement piece that I hear about consistently too, of just needing more resources to be out on the streets, pulling people over and telling them they can't be driving so fast through our neighborhoods. And then coupled with that is the truck safety piece. I think that that's something that we're getting some really good resources with the truck scales to be able to enforce load limits and things like that. But just being able to, at the end of the day, have people present, watching the streets, making sure people are being safe in our neighborhoods, I think is really key for me too.
Yeah, thank you. I think we all share those sentiments, so thank you. Okay, with that, oh, yep, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll take too long just in interest of time. Appreciate some of the comments made. I think a lot of what we've already talked about today are our strategies for public safety and a safe community. So I just want to remind us of that, to not think about safety as in a piecemeal way, but to recognize that this entire document is about supporting a safe and vibrant community. I do want to call out one thing that hasn't been mentioned, and that's around emergency management and resilience planning. When we think about how much hotter someone was saying last night, Grand Rapids is a cool city, but not always cool. There are some science, there's a lot of science, there is science and truth in that. And so, I went to a lecture from a Berkeley professor on climate change and got all the science. And, at the end, after saying, what does this mean for our time on Earth?
Walked away terrified?
Yeah, terrified. The question was, what's the best thing for us to do next? Like, there's so many things we can do, but if we could just focus on one thing, what is that? And he responded, prepare for things to be hotter, build for it to be, expecting much hotter weather and much more, extreme severe weather. So I know that, we do some things for hot days, but I think it's really important to think a bit more robustly about how do we protect our community from extreme weather and particularly extreme heat, and how might we infuse that in thinking about development in this city and thinking about the building of new housing and new offices. How might we know that in 10 years it's going to be so much hotter? I mean, it's November and we haven't. It's warm, right? We already know that this is happening. So I wanted to bring that up. And then one other item that I've heard from community, and I think we want to be prepared for in a worst case scenario, is when we do have violence in our community, right? When we see folks who are murdered, who are missing, how might we as a city support that trauma, support that healing? We had the incident after Patrick Lyoya. Folks tried, but in the moment, in the midst of the crisis of how do we bring community together and help in this moment? And quite frankly, it didn't go well. It didn't go well. And it's really hard to create a robust, thoughtful plan and relationships and infrastructure when you're in the middle of a crisis. And so I think about the myriad of crises, those small ones that we kind of face every day in those small pockets within our city. I won't say small ones, the ones we face on a regular basis in pockets of our city, as well as those worst case scenarios that can impact us all. How might we as a city view that as emergency and be prepared to operate our own EOC related to those sorts of community trauma and violence and emergencies as well?
Yeah, that's good insight. It reminds me when I worked at the Children's Hospital, we had a crisis debriefing team and process. So whenever there was a traumatic incident, a team would respond for all of us who were involved in that. And I know we have that in the police department and fire department. And so are there community crisis debriefing processes that potentially we could look at? It's a good idea. All right, any final thoughts, City Manager, before we move to a quick legislative
Yep.
agenda update about lame duck and then a plan for this next body to set the stage for the next legislative session?
Just a couple of things. Yesterday was so focused on housing and the development. We didn't get to highlight some of the other things we have done, invested in, and I just wanted to remind this commission, yesterday you approved 3-year funding for Cure Violence, almost $1 million for 3 years to be supporting in all wards, and also the consortia for black businesses, the initial investment, also partnering with the Urban League. That should help with that conversation moving forward. And then lastly, on the police staffing, as Commissioner Robinson mentioned, hopefully, I think we're a little over 290 now, and the chief has told me by next summer we should hit 300 for the first time, highest level staffing. But the department is authorized, or I can authorize them to hire 10 over, and I think the current staffing level now is 302. So with that, I think the magic number to start reallocating community resources is around the 300 number. And so every officer we hire above that, hopefully we can go back to some of the traditional community policing models.
So City Manager, just to clarify then, so Chief has the authority to hire up to 312, right? 10 over the 302 authorization level?
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so 312, Chief, that's your goal.
He has, he has already hired to 302. I have been empowered to give him the authority to hire up to 312.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, 312 it is. All right. Okay, so with that, Ms. Farrick and Mr. Campfield, just quickly walk through, so this body is aware of our priorities between now and the end of the year with the lame duck. Everyone has the sheet in front of them. I don't think we need to read it, just a high level, and then we can move on to the next item.
Thank you. So just to highlight a few of the things that we're really going to be pushing on, should we have the opportunity, is definitely the Public Safety and Violence Prevention Trust Fund, as well as the Revenue Sharing Trust Fund. There is enabling legislation that needs to pass in order for those to be put in place, as well as really getting that conversation started on implementing the recommendations of the Trial Court Funding Commission. As we know, our district court, needs a different funding mechanism. We also are continuing to work with Representative Hood on her legislation to provide statutory authority and allow the city's ordinance to be implemented on the lead paint dust sampling and code enforcement. So we continue to work towards a solution on that. We're also, continuously interested in support for legislation authorizing community solar. That has been a challenging issue, but it remains on our priority list. We also want to see the introduction of some amendments to Public Act 20 of 1943. This would allow the city to capture a higher return on investments, as well as removing the preemption on banning weapons in public spaces and municipal buildings. There are multiple pieces of legislation, some by our local delegation, that are introduced in the legislature right now, and so we would really like to see some action in some form on this priority.
Yeah, thank you. So what we know about lame duck is that it's going to be interesting to see what actually can get over the finish line. The governor has made it very clear that her priority is around economic development tools. And so I anticipate that will be the primary focus. I'm hopeful we're able to get some of these things over the finish line, but it's cautious optimism, quite frankly. I know item number 4, we all know this because our city treasurer talks about it with all of us. I think every time he meets with us, that this has been a package that he has worked closely on for a couple of years and in partnership with our county treasurer and other treasurers throughout the state of Michigan. So we'll see what we can get through this year. I anticipate it'll be a mixed bag with this lame duck session and some of what we know is happening internally with in the House and some of the divergent priorities among House members right now. And then, you know, all of you next year, as a new session starts, we know from the election that the House flipped, so that'll be Republican-led with Matt Hall leading the House, still a democratically led Senate, and then obviously the governor will have 2 years, although I anticipate real quick here, politics is going to ramp back up as people start to announce their bid for governor in 2 years. So we're going to get right back at it, in my opinion, with election season. There will be a number of Senate seats up in 2 years also, which will make for an interesting election season all around. And so that's my assessment and perception about both lame duck, and then obviously, you know, you all will have to wrestle with what you think will be realistic to get over the finish line next year with a divided government at the state level. So thoughts, feedback, questions over lame duck? You probably remember this from years past. Things can get introduced and move really quickly. Other things will get introduced and just sit there and never move. So we need a proactive as well as reactive approach. This is obviously, these are some of the priorities proactively that we're supporting, but we're also going to have to be prepared to react to legislation that is introduced that we support, but also legislation that we oppose. And then we also know that there are some community-wide priorities going into lame duck, 2 of them being a solution for both the tipped wage and the sick leaves. I know a lot of us have heard from our small business owners here locally who are concerned about that and the impact it'll have on small businesses. There's a local coalition, Commissioner O'Connor serves on that, really working to try to find a common sense solution there. So on those issues that aren't technically a city priority, obviously all of us can step in and express our support or opposition for. But I assure you, all of us will probably be busy over the next 6 weeks during lame duck. So. Any questions or comments? We'll stay abreast of what's happening. We'll get regular updates once lame duck gets into the, I'd say, the heat of the lame duck season. So, all right. Thank you both very much. All right. I'll turn it now
Mayor.
back over to our city manager. Do you want
Let's take a 10-minute break.
10 minute? Are you sure 10? Does everyone
Anybody
need
need-
10 or how about 5? Let's do 5 because I know some commissioners need to leave at 12:15. 5 minutes. Back at it. here so we can get on with our next section and really important conversation around housing policy. We have a number of community partners here with us today who I believe are going to be joining us for the presentation. Am I right? No, they're just here as in case? Huh. So, all right, so we're going to get everyone back together, all right? All right. And we'll turn it over back to City Manager to tee this up, and then it looks like Ms. Behrens and Ms. Bohatch will lead on this.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commission, for your participation thus far. So the next segment focuses specifically on housing, and we wanted to break this up in two parts. One, do this comprehensive overview in terms of where we have been, where we are now in terms of housing strategy and efforts. And then secondly, we want to pick up on a conversation that we had sometime from the Committee of the Whole on pilot, and talk more specifically about how to potentially utilize this new tool that has been legislatively authorized. Again, being respectful of time, Mayor, what I would suggest is to, at least on the first part, allow Ms. Behrens to get through the overview, hold questions, then check in, see if there are any questions, and we can move on to the next part to specifically deal with the policy issues on pilot, which Ms. Bohatch is going to lead that discussion. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy City Manager Behrens.
All right, so just picking up a little bit where the manager left off, we are hoping that this opening part of it will give you overview of kind of our recent history with focus on housing and housing stability and city programming. It's intended to provide you some context and an overview of the various processes, programs, and tools we've used over that period of time, and to convey that this has really been a continuous effort. So while we have a lot of different levers, we operate through a lot of different partnerships and organizations to try to influence the housing and housing affordability in the community, that we are kind of continually looking at that, and it's sometimes hard to see the connectivity between those things. And as your conversation about focus areas, I'm sure illuminates that as we focus on something, there's always the pressure to actually focus on everything. So it's kind of a constant, focus in, broaden out, focus in, broaden out. And you'll see some of that theme throughout. I do want to have a couple caveats, first of all, to recognize that there are a lot of components that really play into housing and housing affordability, and you can cast a very wide net about the types of interventions and the types of resources and programs that would really change people's experience on the ground. And so with that comes nuance and complexity and difficulty to kind of show you how it all sings together. So obviously some stuff is going to get lost in translation, and then you have a single speaker trying to speak on behalf of multiple departments within the city, a broad history that I wasn't here for, that many people weren't all here for, so I apologize for things that get lost in translation, and I'm sure there's people watching this that'll be like, oh my God, she didn't get the right thing. So my apologies for that in advance. And then I would like to just thank and take the opportunity to introduce Chris McGuire, who's an intern in our office who really helped do a lot of the research and put together this PowerPoint for us so that we could then lean on the expertise of Ms. Bohatch and Ms. Turkelson and Ms. Renero on some of the details. So I very much appreciate that. So with that, I'm going to go back a little bit further than the first slide indicated, just to really try to set the scene in a kind of modern day era. We could go back even further than the early 2000s, of course. City government has been working for a long time particularly in the affordable housing arena and the deeply affordable housing arena. But there seem to be some good parallels with where we are today in 2024, because you'll see in the early 2000s, we really took an opportunity after the community master plan engagement in 2002 to evaluate where the community was, where the community wanted to go with respect to housing and affordability, affordable housing, and then how we can align our efforts across multiple departments to try to meet those long-term objectives. So we are obviously in the middle of a community master plan update right now with a lot of community engagement, where we have heard a lot about that vision for the community, and you will be seeing coming before you through the work of multiple departments that next step, both once the master plan is adopted, the implementation through our zoning ordinance, which is maybe the first tier of alignment work, but then a lot of other alignment work that you will see across our other departments, plan and strategic planning. So we wanted to kind of set the scene there. So in the pre-2000s, before this community master plan was adopted in 2002, really had light touch, I guess you would say, on housing and housing interventions. There was a lot of focus on downtown and general services, and we start to ramp up our neighborhood game here, if you will. And again, that alignment around where we did have limited resources, let's make sure they're aligned with the vision that folks had set through that community master plan. So while there was a lot of work after that 2002 timeframe to 2008 seems like the next right place to stop in terms of talking about what was happening in the community then. So,
Ms. Barron, so let me just interrupt you just for a moment. We've had people come here for the Smart Zone Board meeting. It has been moved from this room to 109 Michigan, if you're here for that.
all right, thank you. So 2008 was obviously the beginning of the Great Recession, prompted in large part by some practices outside of our control here in the housing realm and housing lending, and a number of things happening in that market. But obviously it did impact this community in many ways, maybe not as drastically as some communities, but we did see a lot of those kinds of impacts that many in this room lived through in terms of foreclosures and declining home prices, tightening in the market, tightening in the lending market, a lot of things that have had lasting impacts over time. I want to pause here and touch on something that won't be featured broadly in this presentation moving forward, but I don't want to overlook, which is kind of if you look at the production side of the housing equation, we really have never or very little recovered to the rate of unit production nationally than that was occurring prior to 2008. So if you follow home starts and housing starts and look back at that data, there was a level of unit production that was happening annually pre-2008, and it took nearly to the pandemic to get just back up to that annual production rate. And so and with the pandemic, we have not exceeded that. So we are not making up for the deficit, and this is nationally, for the units that would have been produced in nearly that 15 to 20 year period. So that is a piece of the problem that we are now all experiencing as a housing and affordable housing crisis nationally. And that has also impacted those firms and companies that actually produce the units. So again, there are many people with a lot more expertise on this subject than I have, but I just want to point out that there are fewer home builders out there nationally as well. So the production side is tight, and it continues to be tight. And that influences where we are. All right, then we want to move ahead to Great Housing Strategies, which was a very important moment in time for Grand Rapids and a very significant effort to draw the community together around that experience of housing stability, and what folks were seeing in the community. It also, I think, creates a structure that we're familiar with in terms of how we approach planning and assessing where we are with respect to housing. So you'll see that there was a report that was commissioned in order to help us understand the market, and that's a theme that you're going to see continued. So we try to understand the market, analyze what's happening in the community, analyze what at least the residents that are able to engage with us on are observing and needing and seeing as their demands in the future. So we try to understand the population, we try to understand the market dynamics, and then from there we build out or refine define strategies. So that's a theme that you see really starting with or continuing with great housing strategies, but significant engagement. You can see we had a day-long event with 200 people, really helping us dig into discussing these issues and where the community wanted to be. So again, strong history here. We had work groups that formed around various topics, and that really does define and talk about the breadth of types of efforts we then thought were going to be levers we would want to pull on in some way in order to try to impact what was happening. So you'll see land use and zoning. You see this now in our development center and a lot of policy questions that come to you around land use and zoning and density and what are the requirements for those things. Obviously, those influence how units can be produced, the cost of units being produced in some small way. There are many, many other influences to the cost of units being produced, where they can be produced, how many we can produce on a piece of property. All of those things impact housing in the community. There was a work group and a set of strategies around housing finance, and you see programs today through community development, economic development, and many of our partners in the community trying to solve that part of the equation and bring resources to bear that part of the equation. And this is where we cast the net broadly in terms of programmings that would influence this experience. There was a working group around economic and workforce development. So that's kind of the other side. What can people afford? How can we change the needle in terms of what resources people have to bring to bear to their housing cost and make sure that it's staying at that affordable 30% or below your kind of pay. And again, we see continued programs in this area through economic development, community development, and other partner organizations. And then there was a special focus on low-income and vulnerable populations. So again, work you see continuing today, again, through community development, our first responder departments, and many of our partners that we'll talk about more. So at that point, when we had the Great Housing Strategies Initiative, there was an adopted plan that had 35 actions, particularly related to those different levers we have to pull, our own programs, policies, advocacy, and partnership. And they were centered on the following goals. So there were 35 different actions under these buckets and categories here on the screen. And again, starting to convey the complexity of all of the ways that we have to potentially influence and improve the situation. So again, you see a lot of the efforts that will be familiar to you today, housing choices, mixed income neighborhood, preserving affordable housing, and you see the genesis of many of the programs that we have today that are attempting to influence housing supply, housing stability, and affordability. Also, you can see that, and as I move on to the next slides, you'll see that some of these conversations were iterative. So what the community in the 2015 timeframe believed was appropriate with respect to some of these policy or zoning or program choices has continued to iterate, and as we continue to engage the community, thoughts change. So take the second to last bullet there, change public perception of affordable housing. That was seen as a very important strategy in 2015, and I think as you reflect on the commentary you've received in many of the policy and program choices in front of you today, that's been a very successful effort. I think you've seen a lot of advocacy across the community around housing of all levels being important to this community and being important to the neighborhood. So want to emphasize here the kind of persistence in the work allows different levers to be pulled at kind of harder over time as people understand maybe they aren't as scary as folks thought they might be to implement, and that there's actually more there we can do. So then the initiative around Housing Now. So the City Commission appointed a Housing Advisory Committee to again, help with further implementation. So again, allowing to keep the focus on some of those actions that were identified as important out of the great housing strategies, and to continue to work on some of those things that were maybe bigger lifts, bigger rocks, needed more cross-cutting support to actually get accomplished. And so that committee ended up providing a package of recommendations to the City Commission in 2017. And again, you're going to see a lot of things that are familiar to you here in terms of the recommendations. They're a little bit more pointed than the 35 from Great Housing Strategies, and again, represent those things that required persistence or additional work or study to get to the right level of investment for the community. And then we just wanted to array the actions, kind of the highlights of the actions over the years that we just talked about. So from 2008 to 2022, all of the, not all, this is not all, a representative sample of actions and policy changes and program implementation that came to the commission over time and that the city decided to pursue as a result of all of that engagement and planning. And I wanted to just again, emphasize that idea of persistence and iteration that's reflected on this timeline. So if you look at the very first bullet on the left-hand upper left in 2008, we talked about taking a look at what was the lot size and requirements that we required in some of our neighborhoods, and thought, you know, allowing a little bit more flexibility may help with that infill development and may help add some housing type and housing affordability variety into our neighborhoods. And you see that we've continued to iterate that. And the last bullet on the right-hand side of this page is a similar conversation about thinking about how many units could be built on a piece of property, and again, kind of focusing on that, allowing for infill, aging in place, all of those kinds of things that add to the fabric of a community and a neighborhood in particular, and show how people's attitudes towards that have changed over time, and we continue to work on those things when those opportunities present themselves. So then we get up to the next record scratch. If the Great Recession was one, the COVID was another big record scratch, as I like to think about it. And probably, you know, we don't need to belabor the economic impacts of COVID-19 and the responses to the pandemic and hyperinflation and all of those things that we've heard about. But if you're just sort of a layperson or you're kind of in the world of government or housing, it felt like suddenly housing and affordable housing was a crisis everywhere across the country. And so really there were a lot of things, including the kind of economic and supply side issues that we talked about from the 2008 Great Recession that had made that feel like a sudden crisis. It wasn't all because of the pandemic, but suddenly it felt like everybody everywhere was paying too much for housing and couldn't find housing. So I want to then move on to kind of how Grand Rapids as a community assessed those impacts and our progress over time. So again, with that theme of being able to evaluate with data, where are we at? What are our trends telling us about the work we still need to do? The Commission received a report about this 2022 Housing Needs Assessment done by our partners at Housing Next. You actually received the report in spring of 2023, just in case the 2022 date creates some confusion. But there was a robust look again at where we were at and took into account many of the impacts of the pandemic as well. So I won't belabor these things, but again,
Deputy City Manager, can I just ask you to elaborate a little bit on this based on some of the comments that we've heard? The Housing Next contracted with a nationally renowned research firm, Bowen, to do this. It wasn't a local firm that had their own angle or lens that they wanted to see this through, but this was an independent third-party report and analysis assessment done by a very reputable national research firm. I just want to make sure that that is accurate one, and that we put it out there to address some of the concerns that we've heard about the validity of this assessment.
Yes, I
Thank
could
you.
not say it better. That is
you.
correct. And so that study looked again at demographic trends, so trying to understand what we should be preparing for, not only sort of the deficit that everybody was feeling in the moment, but also what we should be preparing for. So it includes demographic trends, it includes economic conditions. Again, a theme here that while certainly Grand Rapids is not immune to the national and state economy, we do tend to outperform those areas, but still, we need to understand what the economic conditions are, what the pressures are, and what is forecast in terms of particularly those things important to housing and housing affordability. Any study that we want to look at for housing policy and planning purposes also includes data about our existing housing stock, what's out there, and then based on the demographic and other projections, what are the gaps? And those kind of came to the bottom line that you are all familiar with, looking both at Grand Rapids in terms of the gap over the next 5 years, and Kent County on the whole also around the gap for the next couple years. And so this gives us our targets, also very heavy lifts to get to this kind of unit production, not only because of the resources just to create housing affordability, but also some of those structural deficits on the production side of things that we talked about in terms of home builder capacity and other constraints that are a little bit out of the purview of this presentation. So all of that data, all of our experience that we just touched on at quite a high level has informed and helped us bring forward the 2022 strategic plan update for the city. And I'm going to hone in here just on the economic prosperity and affordability outcome area. Has a strategic priority specifically around affordability and an objective that's really focused in on housing. And then you see here we array that objective. We identify 5 strategies to work on within that area. And so again, you can see the continuity here of a lot of the, yes, sir? Oh, okay. A lot of the planning work and priority work that had come before it. So you see still focus on ensuring that we have housing choice. You see a strategy around preserving and creating affordable housing. You see a lot of intentionality around low-income and vulnerable populations and ensuring that we are addressing the needs of the most vulnerable. You also we'll note here that these are really housing-focused strategies, and this objective is really all about housing. Some of the other themes from Great Housing Strategies and Housing Now were around that workforce development, the sort of the other side of the equation, how much can a person afford in terms of housing, and safe mobility options and affordable mobility options. Those, through our strategic plan, have grown into their own outcome areas that obviously have influence here and overlap here, but again, are not the focus of kind of this presentation, but obviously influence where we're going. Just wanted to remind folks of the metrics that we now use to report out on our efforts with respect to housing and housing stability. And these are metrics that we track and report out on at our mid-year and year-end performance report. And as we continue to grow with sort of our data quality and data sophistication, I expect that we'll use these metrics even more and more to help us evaluate the effectiveness of our programs. Although I do want to caution the difficulty of the scale at which we operate versus some of the macroeconomic influences on housing and housing affordability. It is very, very, very difficult to discern in a short period of time how effective a program is. So I don't want to oversell our ability to make micro refinements to kind of macroeconomics based on these metrics, but this is kind of the format that you should expect over the years in terms of how we report on the effectiveness of some of our programs, as well as will feed into that kind of continuous review and planning process that we have used over time. So I just want to hit a few highlights because, again, we tend to report out on these at budget time frame and mid-year and year-end performance reports. So just wanted to hit a few highlights that should be familiar to you all in terms of things that we've done just in the recent couple years. There is obviously reflected here and necessary for us to be successful as a community, in the community as a whole. A lot of significant work across regional partnerships as well in the arena of housing, and that work is continuous, but a significant focus area. And so I want to highlight a few of the key organizations that we work with in that arena in these next slides. So starting with kind of the most vulnerable and those living unhoused or very at risk of becoming unhoused, we work through the Grand Rapids Area Coalition to End Homelessness, sometimes referred to as the COC, which is an acronym that means Continuum of Care, for us to do several things. One baseline objective of the Coalition to End Homelessness is to abide with our federal requirements to have a regional planning and coordination entity for federal dollars that come into the system of homelessness response. And so that's kind of a baseline. But this is an organization of more than 60 coalition members who have some part of response to housing and housing stability and kind of voluntarily work together to ensure that that system works well. The coalition itself has a number of city staff involved at a lot of different levels in governance and in their operating committees to ensure that we are at the table and providing our feedback and expertise, significant expertise of our staff in terms of how the work of this organization fits with city work and vice versa, and how we are viewing state and federal requirements and ensuring that what comes from the planning of this organization meets those objectives. There obviously there is a focus right now through the Coalition to End Homelessness on an initiative you may have heard of called 100 in 100. And so that is, again, an initiative to house 100 people living unhoused in 100 days. But I want to take an opportunity to just say that is not a one-time effort. So the coalition and the members be involved in 100 and 100 right now is a very focused effort, but the commitment is to learn from that. So it is intended to pilot some ideas for improvement that have been sort of in the community's thought process. How can we improve some of our data quality and transparency and use that to improve our coordinated entry function? How can we work with folks who have rental units available to get people into those units and keep people in those units in a way that works for landlords as well? So we're modeling and piloting some of that work, and also piloting the idea of stability services. So very important to someone staying housed is having the services they need to stay stably housed, and how are we matching folks up with those stability services and allowing that to be a continuous kind of support so that folks can stay in units that they're matched in. And then how do we fund that, and how does that work? So there are many other things that the coalition is focused on, but 100 and 100 is kind of a effort that will allow us to determine what other system changes could improve the system for everyone. Housing Kent is another regional organization that folks have heard about, and is a backbone organization that came up through work of the Housing Stability Alliance, which is an even broader network than the Coalition to End Homelessness. Then here is, at least 130 stakeholders and organizations, again, that have some connectivity to housing and housing stability, but it's a very, very wide net. And Housing Kent grew out of that as a backbone organization. That's kind of a collective impact model approach to recognizing that a lot of housing stability services are provided across a lot of disparate organizations. So there's government organizations, there's philanthropy, there's non-government organizations, there's 501c3 type organizations, there's school districts, there's a number of organizations that all share some overlapping mission around housing and housing stability. And in collective impact sort of theory, you have a backbone organization that takes some of the responsibility for planning and resourcing and data, and then becomes kind of a convener for aligning those organizations around some very high-level shared missions. And as it gets further and further off the ground, Housing Kent, believe the current executive director came on board about the same time as me, sometime in 2022. But as it gets further into its life cycle and maturity, really that kind of data, let's evaluate the data, let's see where we have gaps, let's align around filling those gaps, eliminating overlaps, and then assess where we are. And that kind of continuous improvement model is really what a collective impact organization and backbone organization does. Over the last several years, Housing Kent's been focused a lot on this question of data quality, shared access to the same data, reporting out data the same way, using the same terminology, lots of those kinds of efforts. And the Coalition to End Homelessness and Housing Kent have been very tightly aligned on making those kinds of improvements and consistency around terminology, so that you will see that reflected on both websites now in terms of how data is reported and talked about. So that's been a big effort, but that organization is now working on a state of housing report and a suite of priority projects that will then inform the work of the coalition moving forward. And then our Grand Rapids Housing Commission. So here, sort of unique to all the levers we have to pull, is the commission is the owner of a public asset. So many of the other tools that we have are to influence or to create affordable housing in private development. The Housing Commission is one of our kind of permanent affordable housing portfolio tools and responsibility for them, and you got a very deep and broad overview of what the commission does when Ms. Reams was here in October, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on the Housing Commission, but I did want to note that unique role that they play in providing housing and affordable housing, in that remains in public ownership and with the mission of affordability for the life of those units, a little bit unique to some of the other things that you will hear about in terms of how we get to affordable housing, which is largely through privately owned projects. So then where are we today? So this is, again, not an extensive or complete list of all of our areas of focus, but again, trying to talk about the various levers that we at the city are most directly involved in. We are continuing our variety of programs that directly invest in creation of affordable housing or preservation of affordable housing. So that would come through programs largely through community development and their plan and strategic approach to meeting those objectives, and that can be an investment, direct capital investment in a project that will have some housing affordability for a period of time. That can be home repair and rehabilitation, so that's preserving housing that's affordable, or helping people stay stably housed in ownership housing. We have programs around creating incentives for affordable housing or gap financing. So incentives is a lot of the Economic Development Department projects that come to you. Again, those are private projects. There are tax increment incentives that we use very well in Grand Rapids, actually. I think we're one of the most active cities in respect to tax increment financing in the state of Michigan, and have used that very well. But tax increment is, again, a tool that allows a private property owner to reap the benefit of their private investment in a way that will unlock that actual development potential. And so we use those incentives to do a number of things, but creation of housing is one of those, and gap financing, and also pilot, which is another way to look at real estate tax and the fluctuation of real estate tax versus a steady and known payment in lieu of taxes, and how that can help developer or development understand what will be feasible on that particular property, and again, creates an incentive that might unlock not only housing affordability, but you will have in front of you, as I hand the clicker off to Ms. Bohatch, you'll have in front of you some questions about workforce housing and where that might fit into our pilot program. We also will continue our efforts through the planning department, and this is a little bit on that pipeline side of things, emerging developers and trying to reduce the cost of getting into that sector of the economy. So we have done some work on pre-reviewed plan sets that are intended to make infill development simpler, lower cost, and maybe more accessible to folks that have less experience in that particular regard. And we are making sure that we are engaging at the community level by ensuring that we have folks that are accessible to the community. So we don't just sit over at the development center and wait for folks to come to us. We're out there in community talking about opportunity, talking about how folks can have their own property work for them in a variety of ways that can add to our housing stock and housing options, and also help people have their property helping them build wealth. So those are strategies that we will continue and continue to reap benefits from. And then coming up to you in the near term, including in about 2 minutes, a policy conversation around potential changes to our pilot ordinance. You will continue to work on the community master plan, so adoption anticipated before the end of the year, and then the work of implementation and alignment, which I referred to a little bit at the beginning, but there'll be not only zoning changes that will reflect the really robust community conversation around housing and housing type and housing affordability. That was a key part of that community engagement. So some really deep and impactful conversations with neighborhoods about how to continue to ensure that we have housing choice, we have housing of all affordability levels and kind of styles in all of our neighborhoods, and you'll see zoning, but also it will be our opportunity to align our other programs around those big picture vision pieces of the community master plan, so our economic development incentive programs, the local land bank that was just established, how will we use that and how will that add to our portfolio of tools, will be an iterative conversation with not only this body but the Brownfield Authority. And then our community development team will be updating the consolidated community development plan. And again, that will build on what we know from the successes of our past investments, but also the opportunity to align with things that have come out of the community master plan. All right, so final kind of segue, and this is reiterating the theme of units and affordability and the tools that we have available to us. And this is really arraying the tools that we have available to us in that sector of privately owned units. So the publicly owned units of the Housing Authority or Housing Commission are one thing. This graphic is intended to kind of convey how we layer the various tools that are available to us to incentivize or support private development in developing units, whether they're market rate, so that helps us with our overall supply. And as you all heard yesterday, we do have need across all affordability levels, and as we add to that supply overall, that does influence affordability at all levels. So there's tools there that talk about market rate units and where we can help either finance or incentivize those, and then rent restricted units and a number of tools available there. And the policy considerations that Ms. Bohatch is going to array in much more detail sort of build on that role of government over time. So years and years and years ago, government would have historically been incentivizing or subsidizing at the very low affordability level, at a level where really realistically rents that people can afford are not going to cover operating costs. And as the market has gotten tighter, as a whole host of other macroeconomic things we won't go into have influenced people's wage and wage growth not keeping pace with the costs of housing, that sort of where government sort of plays in affordability has continued to expand. So at 80%, most communities at this point look at least 80%, and now the concept of workforce housing up to 120%. And over the last several years, the state has opened up some of these tools to go all the way up to 120%, and there are those kinds of choices in front of you with respect to pilot. And so with that, I'm going to pause for questions. I have set the stage somewhat incompletely because Ms. Bohatch is going to supplement that for pilot, but set the stage a little bit, but we'll pause for questions on that historic retrospective before Connie gets more into the detailed policy questions in front of you with respect to pilot.
Thank you. I guess I have a comment and then a suggestion. I appreciate this graph that shows financing tools and tax incentives, but I think it would be helpful to have another graph that lays out the zoning code changes that we have made over the last several years and the impact that we're hoping those zoning code changes will make when it comes to increasing the opportunity for housing in our city. I mean, clearly the financing, the funds through Affordable Housing Fund and other work that we've done is really important, but I've always said it's coupled with policies and with zoning changes. And so I feel like we can paint the picture a little bit more broader if we included that. So that's one. And then, the other thing I sat here thinking as we look at this last chart is that very often the city is reactive to developers, whether there are nonprofit partners who come with a plan for a LIHTC project, or a developer that can't make the numbers work, and if they want to build on a brownfield, they need our assistance, whether it's a historic building that is very expensive, Lion, right here on Lion, converting an office to a residential use. But my hope is as the next body gets the land bank off the ground, the land bank can act as a more proactive body and tool to go out and actually start to identify what are the opportunities, who are some key partners that can help make something happen, how can the land bank play a role in that? I think historically, the city has often been more reactionary than proactive when it comes to housing. And so that's just one thing I want to put out there for those of you who will still be around this table. I know Commissioner Sassi has had some preliminary conversations around Brownfield Authority about that, but I do think that there's an opportunity moving forward to build on what we're doing, continue to respond to developers, especially housing developers who want to build in our city, encourage and support smaller infill housing, more, I'd say, a little bit higher density on some of our key corridors, and I know Housing Next is working on that right now, identifying some potential key corridors that we could do some kind of more densely populated housing and mixed-use developments on, and I think that's an important effort as well. But then I hope the land bank can be a little bit more proactive with an aggressive plan. So with that, Commissioner O'Connor, who served on our Housing Now and was part of making a lot of these recommendations when it comes to policy changes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and the history lesson. I think the last slide's the most important slide as it kind of tees up the next conversation. And, we have some incredible partners in this community who've really done a remarkable job of figuring out how to navigate the low-income housing tax credit process. And if you look at the bucket of tools that are available, some have been there for a long time, and some of them, like the new Brownfield TIF, are new, and hopefully is another tool that helps us get over the hump. But I think that it's really hard to have this conversation without an understanding of how a project comes to light. Especially especially a project that's targeted at what we hear most often is needed is the 60% and less AMI, and if you look at all the tools on this page, there's really only one tool that lets you get there. Right, it's the LIHTC project, and if you look at Grand Rapids historically over, say, the last 10 years, I think we've done a really remarkable job of, it's a competitive market across the state to access these, that we get 4 to 8 a year. And I don't necessarily know, and maybe this is a question for Ms. Bohatch, one of our nonprofit development partners in the room, is, are there opportunities to get more than that? Or because it is a competitive market, is a finite basket of opportunities, is there an opportunity to get more? Or are we really capped out with that? And then it's like, how do you use the other tools that are in the toolbox that are both available or maybe not available yet to build that capital stack to create that offset, right? And to be able to actually address the gap that exists between how much it costs in an inflationary environment. The cost of construction is up significantly, and being able to match that with the amount of collectible rent that fits within a certain AMI bracket, right? And I feel like that's the disconnect that I think I understand it, but I think you're trying to make good policy, trying to understand how that works so that you're pushing and pulling the right levers. And I have several more questions and comments, but maybe I'll let you just try to respond to that first. And
Sure. So you're correct. LIHTC is a competitive process with the Michigan State Housing Development Authority, and it is a limited amount of resources. They have rounds in terms of those applications when they're submitted, and so there is it's a limited pool of resources. And you'll see, as you're aware, we come to you with pilot approvals that are conditional, and in some cases, there's projects that might have to go into that process a couple times before it actually secures an award. And there was a time when Grand Rapids really didn't get hardly any tax credit awards, and then we did it much better with that. And I really think it comes down to advocacy and continued advocacy, and we've done, I think, a better job of that over the last 10 years in making sure that the needs of our community, and in Kent County in particular, have been identified. And so, but it also has to be projects that can meet the competitive scoring, and there's a lot of details around how those get scored. Oftentimes, people will see the initial scoring, which is a self-score, and say, look how great our projects in our community scored in that process. But that is a self-score from the developer when they put that project in. And they're doing their own assessment based on the criteria and to see where they believe that they fall. So they may come out as well as they thought, and sometimes they don't.
Just to follow, because I heard, Mayor, you made this comment yesterday about the last round and
We didn't have any.
the lack of application. So who is the community convener for projects for competitiveness for LIHTC? Or or has it just been, as people imagine, they're solicited, then we go and advocate, of course. And I remember going to Lansing several times with you to advocate for projects that are in the hopper, but is there a convener or a organized effort to be even more intentional and aggressive around LIHTC projects?
So I'm not a housing developer, so I probably am not the best to answer that question. Our nonprofit in particular, developers, have a convening that they have of their colleagues to talk about issues and things, let people, and they share information, let each other know if they're applying, what they're applying for, that type of thing, through the Permanent Housing Coordination Council. But in terms of a coordinated effort, in terms of teeing up a project, I'm not aware of that happening in our community. And it is challenging because while you're trying to support your colleagues, you're also competing with your colleagues. So I think it really depends on a developer and what they see as opportunities within the community. So we might be better as Mayor Bliss, I'm sorry, I almost called you Commissioner. Now that goes way back. Mayor Bliss noted in terms of our land bank, there's probably more opportunity once we have our land bank up to be able to then be more proactive in going out and working with developers to actually find properties and
or given the other supportive organizations we highlighted, Housing Kent, Housing Next, is there a role for a system convener to aggressively call to action, attention towards that opportunity and utilizing that tool so we can maximize it even more?
Yes, I think that's certainly something we could explore, and I want to also give the city some credit and Housing Next some credit in the discipline of the Bowen study and the disciplined update of that. I do believe that acts as a piece of advocacy for the region to change perspective of what is necessary here, what our needs are, what our gaps are, and so as we continue to do some of the backbone pieces or support a backbone organization in simply understanding the dynamics and telling the story and creating that platform for everybody to advocate from is a role we have played and we can explore expanding on.
My observation, I think, especially in the last, I'd say 5 to 6 years, since we were able to be successful in advocating for some changes with the QAP and some of the scoring, and, when I was first elected mayor, there was a push by MSHA to only approve LIHTC in certain areas, which created this concentration of LIHTC projects all within a certain area. And our vision and hope was to see low-income housing projects all over the community in every single neighborhood so that individuals could decide where they wanted to live and what neighborhoods they wanted to live in. And I think we've seen a whole lot more of that in the last 6 years. And I've noticed that when we do have application and we're able then to advocate for it, we've been pretty successful at competing with other cities. That's why I was in Connie's ear last time when I saw that we didn't receive any, and then I found out we didn't have any applications. So I do think that that's a huge opportunity in our community to make sure that every single round we're doing everything we can to support developers to get a LIHTC project teed up and in the hopper. So.
Well, I think that's something important, Mayor, is the, capital for these projects, for any project, right? That people make a choice with how they disperse their capital, right? There's an expectation, no matter if you're for-profit or nonprofit, there's a return on what you're doing. And with the long development cycle and the uncertainty of low-income housing tax credit projects, there's only certain types of groups, nonprofits typically, that have the patience to deal with that cycle, right? If they went out and they have an option or they've purchased a property to consider for a future LIHTC application, that capital's tied up and not working. And if they don't get the application through the first round or the second round, or they have to redesign it again, there's a cost. So that capital that could be doing good is tied up, and often tied up for multiple cycles, and spending more capital to make changes to try to qualify, right? So most people aren't going to go through that pain. I think we're fortunate in Grand Rapids to have a group of development folks who are willing to be patient and are willing to take those resources and hold them for a period of time with the anticipation that they know what they're doing, and if they keep working the system, they're going to be able to get access to that. There's a lot of people that don't, they're not going to do that. They're not going to buy something and have that capital that could be returning an investment to them tied up for 2, 3, 4 years in a row, where it's actually costing them money rather than returning them money to make these projects happen. The other thing, we talk a lot about home ownership opportunities as something important, but looking at a majority of these tools and incentives, a majority of them don't apply to anything home ownership related. So, we're creating a system where people are, rental properties are an important component of our housing mix. That's not to be denied. It's just that the majority of the tools that are available both at the state and local level are solely focused on larger scale, for the most part, on rental.
Yeah. Good point. Commissioner?
Thank you for the presentation and conversation so far. So I understand, the two docs that you referenced and went through overview, the Great Housing Strategies and the Housing Now, and to some degree the community master plans really are meant to act as this strategic guide for our housing, right?
In part, and then incorporated in the strategic section of economic prosperity in our strategic plan.
Right, in strategic plan, so that's the fourth one. So that's great. I think what would be helpful is to have a sense of how we are doing in relationship to that plan, right? So the overview of things that we've done, policy changes, financing sources is really helpful to kind of get a sense of the variety of things we're doing and that we are doing things, right? But the mayor used the word impact, and I'm interested in the impact like, how are we doing, particularly compared to our peers? Have we made a dent in this challenge, for instance, in the last 10 years? And with all of the goals and actions and KPIs set out amongst all 4 of those documents, what percentage are complete, what percentage need to be abandoned because it's no longer realistic, what needs to be updated, what challenges have we ran into in implementing aspects of those plans, and then how are we pivoting or responding or solving those problems. Those are the things that I'm interested in, kind of getting this broad view. I think we kind of get this over here, get this over here, get this over here. And part of the challenge for the public and quite frankly for myself is, okay, if I'm hearing we have a roadmap, this kind of braided roadmap, how are we doing in relationship to that roadmap? How far are we down the road? And are we in a hoopty or are we in a brand new car down that road? Like, how well are we doing? And I still don't feel like I have a strong sense of that, despite kind of a lot of the meaningful updates that we're getting. But I want to transition the activities and the decisions that we're making into talking about what's the impact, how are we actually making progress on this problem, and for whom and in what ways. So that's my feedback. I don't know if you can answer any of those questions today. That was really what I was hoping that we would get out of today's discussion. I think that's helpful for all of us, particularly as we think about what's next, where do we prioritize, and how do those priorities relate to the tools that are available or are not available, including the next conversation we're having. It's hard to prioritize. Like, everything's important, everything's relevant, but at some point we have finite time, finite resources, and so I need to know, where are we excelling, where are we behind, to then inform how we reprioritize, how I reprioritize, and I think how members of this body reprioritize over the next many years.
Yeah, so to answer some of those questions, and not all of them, the venue that we really are using now to identify where are the ways that we are going to use the city's resources, staff, programs, et cetera, is really through the strategic plan, and in particular the economic prosperity and affordability, but there are other components of that plan that touch on housing as well. So the great housing strategies and Housing Now have informed the community master plan, will form the update of the strategic plan, but the strategic plan is, and your budget conversations and our mid-year performance reports and engaging commission and workshops like this is where we're talking about what are those next things we're going to do. And so we don't continue on Housing Now, and that as a scorecard.
Sure, they
using
cascade into each other.
It's building into this, and it has built into these programs and priorities that we have. These are the current metrics that we have identified and report out on, and I'm sure as you have a chance to reflect on those and what questions those do and don't answer for you, then we can tackle if there are metrics that we can draw from our other partners in the community. There's lots of metrics out there around that Housing Kent maintains, that Coalition to End Homelessness maintains, and others maintain, that we may also be able to bring to supplement that. And then if there's additional gaps, we can talk about that as well.
I think Commissioner Perdue makes a good point, and I think there's an opportunity here to track progress and impact, but also to be able to highlight where we're moving forward and where we still have gaps. And I think about the report we get at Economic Development Project Team that shows investment in housing units. And I think a struggle we have in this community is putting it all together and having a dashboard. And I think about how many times we all have been at ribbon cuttings for low-income housing projects, right? And we support RAP funding to fill the gaps for some of our low-income housing projects, and then affordable housing. I was just talking to a family that is moving into a home over at the Community Land Trust, which is home ownership and affordable and will remain affordable. It would be nice to have an easier way to track what this body approves, where those projects are. I mean, I sometimes ask, why is this taking so long? I feel like we approved it 2 years ago, and I don't know that there's been these hurdles and hiccups for that developer. But there's got to be a better way to have a dashboard that is able to capture where we are with units that are approved, that are under construction, that have come online, what rents are there in those units, as well as some of the zone. I go back to zoning as well. We made a lot of changes in zoning years ago, and when we asked for the data, we saw that very few of those changes actually resulted in more housing. So we had to be more aggressive. We had to go back and make additional changes.
Right.
So I would love to know, we made changes to corner lot, we made changes to by right. How many of those zoning changes that we made resulted in more ADUs coming online, more, two duplexes or fourplexes coming online because they're by right and it's easier and they're no longer special land use, and we streamline the process. There's got to be a better way to have a dashboard that captures that so that you're not going to multiple documents. You're not having to go back into the strategic plan, which I appreciate as mayor because I like the data and the numbers, but it's very confusing for somebody that's not inundated in this work like we are. And to have more of a snapshot. I think about the trip I took to Spokane with a group a couple years ago, looking at homelessness data, and they did a much better job of having an accurate, up-to-date dashboard on data related to individuals experiencing homelessness in their community than I've ever seen in our community. And I do think that there is a huge opportunity in that space, whether the city does it or whether we partner with Housing Next or the coalition or someone in that space to make it easier, I think would be a valuable use of our time.
Yeah, thank you for adding on to that, Mayor. I also think, if these are the three KPIs that we are focused on, I think we need to relook at our KPIs. There are some really important metrics and outcomes and impacts that aren't captured here. So if these are our North Star, if this is the things that we're zooming in on, I think it would be worth a conversation to talk about those. And when I hear that these plans kind of feed into each other, and as they should, they should build upon one another. But we spend a lot of time, a lot of money on research, on writing, on documentation, on communicating that documentation. And we've said several times today, particularly in relationship to the community master plan and other documents, how might we spend just as much time and energy and resources on the implementation? And so when I look at something like Great Housing Strategies, everything that went into that and sounds like laid the groundwork for where we are, that was only 10 years ago. And so to hear that it's just influence where we're at, even though we had, it seems like very specific, helpful actions. I'm not clear why. It sounds like we've abandoned some of those. We've taken the gist of it to influence. And what I think is really important for this city to tackle this problem is to have a real roadmap to follow and to be able to track our progress and to track the impact so we know how to pivot. We know what didn't work, right? So on and so forth. Or else we're just going to be proud of ourselves for doing a lot, but at the end of the day, this is a time-sensitive issue, and knowing that our efforts are really equaling outcomes and impact for our residents and for our businesses is of utmost importance.
Mayor, I think, let me
City
just...
manager and then...
provide a little context. What I recall, when I arrived in 2018, we were planning to have a plan about a plan to discuss a plan. And so we had the housing plan now, Housing Next, Great Housing, and it was all strategic. There was no operationalizing of it. And so what you have in our strategic plan, you can't do it, these are some of long-term plan, but you have to have strategy to implement things over the next year, 2 years, et cetera, some short-term strategies. And so what we've done in the strategic plan is prioritize the things we would do and the things we report on. This is, obviously, the data doesn't accompany this to see the results over the years. But I think what I'm hearing, we can go back and if we want to do a comprehensive report card, because the strategy says look at land use. Well, we do that every year. We look and see, can we build on corner lots, how we build ADUs, but maybe it's not all prescribed in every strategy, but we go back and do it. So I'm okay with going back and kind of reporting on it. What I want to make sure I'm not hearing is we need another plan, because we've done that, and I think we're in a mode of implementation with some of the things that we're doing. So maybe a more comprehensive report on implementation over the past 5 years
And
or whatever.
impact.
And impact. And I think we heard that during the pandemic too. We had to roll up and go back and report multiple years accomplishment because you're not going to get it all done in 1 year. So I hear the feedback and I think we can do that, but I don't think the city can do it alone. As Deputy City Manager Behrens mentioned earlier, there are a lot of other agencies and partners that we could help to put that narrative together. But that's still going to be what we have done. But we really have to focus on kind of over the next year, 2 years, et cetera, what are we planning to do regarding land banks, regarding the utilization of tax incentives, et cetera. So I hear the feedback on that, and that's not insurmountable, but I don't think it's something the city will be able to do alone.
Yeah, I want to, and I'll turn to Commissioner. What I heard is, I think there's support for our plans. We've done a lot of work in that. What we would like to see is more of a dashboard showing progress, and then where is that in relation to our goals? So that we can say, look, it's not as fast as we want, but we're making progress, and these are the areas we're doing well, and here's where we still have gaps. Commissioner Knight and then Commissioner O'Connor.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and Commissioner Perdue for bringing that up, because that was the first thing that I wrote down myself. It's just like being able to see, how they used to take the microfilms and you lay one over the other and you see all the layers build up, and really to be able to...
Did you just say microfilms?
Was it microfilms? Was that it? I don't know what it was. The clear thing.
No, I love
the levels of the heart and all of that. Yeah. Okay, I dated myself big time.
Transparencies.
Transparencies, yes. So it's kind of, okay, moving forward. So a lot of my
Love it.
my comments were around the same thing, and even talking about placement of our in-house population and the supports around that, and even creating the 100 in 100 is still work that we've been doing, for a long time. And it's like, okay, well, what are we actually changing in that space to really allow us to be more successful in providing the supports and the tools that people need to stay housed, not just getting them in one door and shuffling right back out the other door, right? But what are we going to do now, even though that's a great initiative, but initiatives are just what they are. You might want to do something, but how do we follow through on that and make sure that it's sustainable and change, like you talked about the guidelines of the COC, right? Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result, and we're just not getting there, and it's really tiring. But then also, I was thinking about the direct investment piece, and going back to something that Commissioner Perdue mentioned earlier about that water main issue and the buckets that we have, to help people. But how do we? A lot of those buckets have certain requirements on it, and it doesn't allow everybody to be able to access it. So then there's a whole group of people that can't really get the help they need to, one, stay housed, but also to maintain their investment that they have in the community and be able to continue to establish that personal wealth through that when everything's destroyed. So how do we find something a little more creative that doesn't necessarily require people to, you got to be at this income level to be able to access this and all of those things that people need? Is there something else, another tool that we can create that's outside of that doesn't have all of those parameters that really, people try to access all the things or the tools that they see out there, but you can't. And then you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and you're really going around in circles trying to do something to create change within your own ecosystem, and you can't do that. So those are just some of my thoughts echoing.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner O'Connor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think having the plan, having the data, reporting the metrics, those are all very important things. And I think that's that helps inform the decision making. But to me, it comes back to this is the policy making body, and it's incumbent upon us to make the best decisions that we can to support the policies, the procedures, the regulations that impact housing. And so to me, it still comes back to, I need to know what the impediments are to operationalizing these strategies that we can change. And so, we can talk about the data of how many people are unhoused, but if I don't know what are the things that are under the city's purview that we can solve for that will help get people from being unhoused and into stable housing so that they can go into the next parts of the things that we or someone else can help solve for.
Yeah.
But I still don't completely think that we're talking about what are the impediments that the city has the purview over. Like, I think zoning is a great example. That it starts at zoning, it starts at land use. You can only do things on something that it's legally allowed to be done on. And so, we made zoning changes. We looked at the data, we said those zoning changes didn't go far enough, so we changed them again because we heard feedback that zoning was an impediment to success. So now we do that again, but now in the other areas that influence housing or helping people get into home ownership or rental ownership, what are the impediments that we're trying to solve for? And that's what I'm still not confident that we have a great grasp on of, that's not, I can have all the best ideas in the world, but I'm not the one that's trying to build a 4-unit project in a neighborhood right now. I'm not the one that's trying to build a low-income housing tax credit project. I'm not the one trying to, build Grand Rapids' first tiny home development. Like, I'm not the one trying to do those things. We hear the feedback from those people, but I think we need more of that feedback. Like, what are the things that the city can actually change and vote on that will change the problem? Because some of those things we may have some influence over, and a lot of those things we don't have control over, and it takes advocacy in Lansing or at the federal level to change those. But what can we actually work on to get out of the way or to help support?
I think I could not agree more. Well said, Commissioner. Again, I go back to a both and. It's a both and.
Right.
And I think you're absolutely right. And I have always appreciated your insight and expertise in this space. So thank you.
So I'm hearing kind of report card on outcomes and metrics, but also details on actual policies and programs that we have done kind of historically, kind of in the ongoing manner, whether that's at EDPT periodically, kind of like we do on development activity, housing activity specifically. Not sure. I did ask, matter of fact, I did ask John Overman that question at the last EDPT meeting. I said, on these new housing projects, how many of them are affordable, and I think it would take more than just the development office reporting on that. We'd have to coordinate with not only city staff, but also, I'm not sure if we would be able to get it all if they're not incentivized, if they're just naturally affordable houses.
But City Manager, I think we should be able to provide the commission with a snapshot of, and whether it's quarterly or twice a year, where are we with the projects that we supported through RAP? And through the Affordable Housing Fund, and pilots, and LIHTC. And even if there's some update to the commission so that they see that the decisions we've made in the past are driving some of these goals forward, I think that would be helpful. I feel like, I think Commissioner Sassi said it, we make decisions during commission meetings typically on one issue or one project, and it feels piecemeal and fragmented. It'd be nice to have the whole picture come together so that people can see, these are the policy changes we made and this is the impact it's having. These are the projects we funded and this is the impact it's having. And even a map to show that we are moving forward with our ultimate goal to have different types of housing at different price points in every single neighborhood in this community and not to concentrate poverty. So again, how can we just do a better job of sharing that information, I think is the question that's being posed. So Commissioner Sassi and then Commissioner Goy.
I was just, thinking here of somebody who stopped me at an event and just said, we're trying to do something in a ward, and we have some challenges with the building code, or that we think we have some challenges with the building code. And so, I think we've refined a lot from that EDPT meeting and the communication that we have. But I also wonder, sometimes something can't move forward right away, or there's considerations. Maybe it's a financing thing. Maybe it's, I think a lot of it is a financing thing. Like, it is very expensive to borrow money to do these things. And so perhaps if we can get, I think this is also where you could get a connection point with some of the corridor improvement authorities as well, or some of our neighborhood associations with some of the land use committees, where I think sometimes we're responding to sort of one situation, and we need to put it collectively together. Because to make changes, we need to do it at the system level. So that's the policy and the advocacy pieces. Organizationally, what have we done to change? I think this is why, again, I don't want to say like we're great, just ask us. But we are pretty good because we did not have this level of governmental discipline and excellence 10 years ago.
Right.
We didn't. I will disagree with anybody who says that. And so I think we have to continue to say this kind of work is going to take this much time. So just as we were using that same frame for our construction projects or park improvement projects, you know, we all clap when we approve it and this is great and we got this grant money, but what actually is how long is this going to take? And I think we have to, from a customer service perspective, it's also setting expectations with individuals about the realities, whether it's, you know, Commissioner Knight, I know you've worked in that, you know, construction space, you know, talent and people, and sometimes people show up and sometimes they don't have what they need. And so I think we need to say, we're really happy we approved this, and this is, you're probably not going to see the benefits of this until X amount of time. So I just think, again, this goes back to the strategic communication and messaging for very complex and nuanced things, many that we don't have control over. I mean, even just looking at what we've been, I wasn't a part of that in the daily efforts. I look at the three of you of the continuum of care. That was something that was like kind of touched a couple years back, and then some things had to happen, and then the pandemic happened, and that's like 18 months. That's actually pretty good for trying to change a system. So again, it's not to say we're great, look at us. It's to say if you keep at it, if you say things need to change, you have to say what can we have control over. So I think I would agree with like what my colleagues have said. What do we actually have control over? The lesson is good, and also to say to individuals, things are going to be different. You know, because I think we've had a really supportive federal and state environment, but that's all I'll say about that.
We're going to try to stay focused today on local politics or local policies. Thank you, Commissioner. I couldn't agree more. It's you need a lot of persistence, and you got to be thinking long-term, not short-term. Commissioner Goy?
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of these things have been said already, and I think it is important. So what I would be looking for is, what are the results of your previous strategic plans? What are they? And how much did it cost us to get there?
Yeah.
Because that will allow us to see how effective we are in terms of how we plan. Also, I guess the question is, do we need more plans? I mean, we keep producing plans, but it seems like, you know, that maybe we need to focus on what we've already done and see if we can finish them.
Kind of
before we start the
action-oriented.
So, yeah, so I mean, I think that, you know, many of us who are in business, we just can't keep producing plants. Somewhere along the line, we got to pay for it. Let me also suggest that in the short time I've been here, I'm hearing of individual property owners who would love to find a way to use it. I mean, we met with this young woman who happens to have 3 pieces of property on 28th Street and doesn't know what to do with it. And what she had planned on doing with it is like, whoa, there's much more that you can do with this thing. And so we're trying to get her connected so that she can have at least those options made available to them.
Yeah.
So I think and it's not just her. I mean, I've heard of others. I mean, I've met another woman who said that she owns 3 homes, and all she does is use those homes to help house the unhoused. And I said, well, how do you do that? She says, you know, I'm not trying to make money, but these folks also get a monthly paycheck, and they give me what they can afford to give me. But she says, can I expand those spaces? And I said, yeah, because we have new ordinances that we just passed. And so there's other people out there. And I think that one of the things that I think you may have mentioned this, Mayor, I think that, you know, at least in the 3rd Ward that I've been working in, is that allowing these smaller developers and business owners to own a piece of that third ward, I think it'd be so helpful for this city to know that people are very proud of what they've been able to contribute themselves. So somewhere along there has to be a point where people can go to and know where to go to. A lot of these folks are fearful of coming to City Hall. That's just a simple fact. They just don't know. They don't want to look stupid. They don't know what questions to ask. And so somewhere along there's got to be some place where there is a process that's simple and easy for them, and without, having them be fearful of, of being able to even ask questions. And I think this is what we need to, I would urge us to really look. Everybody says, this organization does this organization, they're all big organizations, they all do good works, but you know what? There's also smaller folks out there who can bring pride and stability to the neighborhood which they own it now.
Yeah.
Somewhere we got to do that.
So I would just like to respond because I'm hearing a narrative that I want to make sure I correct to the extent that the presentation that I gave led to that narrative. So the great housing strategies in Housing Now are all things we have implemented. To the extent that they changed, it was a result of task force advisory committee's implementation refinements, and they made their way into the next plan. So I think you all are good resources for us to lean on to ensure that folks know what we are doing. You're out there in communities, you have your connections, you can be that warm handoff and connection back to us. And so I want to make sure I haven't left you with the impression that we've just failed to do things that the commission adopted. They were either implemented or through persistence, like implemented one time and refined and improved and gotten more aggressive over time. So they've changed in that way. They haven't just been left in the dust or a plan on a shelf. So I wanted to correct that. The other is, I do understand that City Hall is intimidating, and yet that is where our staff are. So we are always welcome and happy to meet in different places or to meet with commissioners to the extent folks have relationships with you and we can leverage that relationship and that warm handoff. We're really happy to do that. As you know, we're dealing with really nuanced information, and we like to be as thorough as possible as we're explaining to people what is and isn't possible, and recognize sometimes that can become bureau speak. And so really leveraging your relationships to help us bridge that gap would be something we'd be very open to.
Yeah. So I'm going to wrap up so we can get to this discussion about pilot, which I think is incredibly important, and I want to make sure that we have time to do that. I just want to summarize what I heard. I think everyone around this table knows all of the work that has been done at the policy level and within our departments to try to move the needle on this critical issue. What I'm hearing is, how do we better capture what we've done and the impact it's had in a more user-friendly way? That's easy, not just for us to digest and share, but for the community to find relatively easily and be able to see that we are moving in the right direction. So,
And I would add to that, Mayor, just crosswalking that with O'Connor's point around making sure that we're solving the right problems.
yeah. And focus on what we actually have control over, because I think the other thing that happens, and we all know this, is people expect us to have way more power and authority over certain things than we actually do. And so we always have to remind them what is actually within our purview and what is not. So with that, I want to switch gears, talk about pilot. I hope we can get through these PowerPoints pretty quickly, since we've already been briefed on this issue and we're all quite familiar with what payment in lieu of taxes is in the legislation that was changed, and get to a discussion to give city manager direction on how to move forward and hopefully make some changes. So with that, city manager, anything to add?
Nope. I'll turn it over to Ms. Bohaj.
All right.
Thank you. So as the City Manager Washington indicated, we had an initial briefing in July on this topic, and you had some questions, and so today we're coming back and starting out with there are some duplicate slides from the previous presentation, just for the context for those who may not have seen that presentation, and I'll just quickly go over that. And then you had some questions that we've just built into this presentation, some, hopefully some ways to display some of that information and responding to those. And then get you to a point where hopefully you can provide some direction to staff of if you are interested in implementing a workforce, implementing a workforce pilot, sort of what it is, the goals that you're trying to achieve, and what it is that you really would like us to put into that policy so that we can craft that and bring it back to you when you're ready to receive it. So again, the background on the pilot is that it's state enabling legislation that allows us to grant tax exemptions from the ad valorem property tax and a payment of a service charge that's in lieu of those taxes. That's based on annual shelter rent receipts and is intended to support housing developments that serve lower income households and qualifying that have qualifying financing. The city's policy was first put into place in 1968. We had some amendment to that in 2018 through Housing Now, which we just previously overviewed. And so today, hopefully get us down a path for if we intend to have another amendment to that. Allowing the workforce housing portion of this is through a recently adopted enabling legislation. So that was adopted in late 2022. It allows for a pilot for what's called workforce housing. The only definition that's within that legislation is that workforce housing is for households that exceed 120% of the area median income. So here was a chart that really just demonstrates what our existing ordinance is, and it's tied to the existing legislation for lower income housing pilot. And on the far right side shows you sort of the differences for the workforce housing pilot. And what you can see here is that a lot of the sort of what I call the guardrails or the things that were barriers to that pilot being allowed for certain developments has been removed. So for workforce housing pilot, you no longer would have to have a qualifying mortgage or grant financing. It can serve households up to 120% of the area median income, where our current pilot can only go up to 60% of the area median income, and there has to be, and there does not have to be any required ownership type or structure. In addition to this, there is a process that would have to go through in terms of notifying the county, give them notice that there is an exemption that is in place, and then they have the ability to respond to that and require payment for their portion of what was that it's called an additional amount. My apologies, an additional amount for what they would receive if the pilot was not in place. And then we're often asked why do developers want pilots? And it's a really important part of the development process, and particularly for low-income housing development, because it reduces the property costs, keeping operating expenses predictable and the rents affordable. It really helps them to also mitigates risk for investors, helping them to secure that financing that's difficult to secure for that type of housing. Here's just a view of what the process looks like for submission to the city. You submit submit an application. We review that in community development, and we're really just looking to see that it's meets our ordinance requirements, and then we advance that to the City Commission. The City Commission, your body, then approves that as a conditional approval, and so it does not actually move forward until the Michigan State Housing Development Authority provides a notification to the local assessor of that exemption. And then it goes down the path of it will then be required to have annual financial statements that's submitted to the city, and the calculation is then made through the city assessor's office, and the treasurer will collect that amount. When we came to you initially, there were recommendations for what we recommended in terms of moving forward, and part of that was some slight modifications to the current ordinance for the lower income portion of this, which was to not have a difference between the voluntary contribution and just a typical pilot. So right now, as a developer, you have the ability to have a 4% pilot, payment in lieu of taxes, so that service charge is calculated at 4%, or you have the option of having a 1% pilot and a 2% contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. So it's a split there. And our recommendation was just to make them the same, because they still have the ability to make that election, but it really isn't incentivizing a developer to check the box for that contribution. For workforce housing, what we recommended initially was that the exemption that workforce housing be defined as not to exceed 80% of the area median income. The legislation does allow that to go up to 120%. We also recommended that you have a minimum limit, a minimum unit amount of 5, so that there was some opportunity for us to be able to better manage the flow of projects that are coming in and the impact. This would include scattered sites. I know there's been some questions about when you talk about the number of units, if they are single sites, but we would look at that as the ability to package those into scattered sites. We also recommended that the service charge be set at 10%, and you could determine what the split for the contribution in terms of the Affordable Housing Fund. There was a definition for rehabilitation because the actual legislation does not define rehabilitation, and we established that at a $25,000 threshold for improvement, making it required so that there's some level of investment that has to be made in order to get this 15-year exemption. And 15 years is the maximum that's allowed through the legislation. There was a number of questions that came up in that process when we first reviewed this with you, and there's been some questions since then. And so this slide just has a list of those questions. We're not going to go through all those questions, but trying to direct you to the information here slide by slide. So if you wanted to go back at some point, you can look at that. So one of the first questions really was just about who did we actually talk to when we were working on this initially. And we had a slide up here previously that told you that we had contacted other cities and municipalities and the state to learn about what they may have been implementing or if they have passed any ordinances at this time. We also talked to for-profit and nonprofit entities, and that originally we did not have a list of who those who those entities were. And so this is just really calling out who we met with. There was a difference in terms of some of those that we met with were very specific about their a particular project in terms of the use of pilot, and others were more engaged about the policy overall and in general. And of course, we worked with our internal stakeholders in terms of the city assessors, the city attorneys, treasurers, and economic development. All that we learned from all of the other communities that we did look at, they all went up to 120% of the area median income, with service charges ranging, this is for the workforce housing, pilot, with service charges ranging from 1% to 10%, with the majority of them at 10%. Recently, Detroit passed an ordinance, and theirs goes up to 120%, but they also have a tiered scale, and they have an allowance of a $1 per unit for permanent supportive housing. So that was interesting to be that low. At that point, you might consider 0 for permanent supportive housing. Negotiating service charges was another thing that they will be doing. So anything that's below 80% would have a set pilot rate, and then anything that's 80 to 120%, they actually do not have an established rate, it's negotiated. Kalamazoo has a sliding scale incentivizing 60% area median income for units. And the way that that scale operates, that you have to have some units that are at 60%. If you don't, then you will not get a pilot. But it does go up to 120%. And then Lansing and Detroit, also what we've learned is that they have an administrative approval process. And for Detroit in particular, there's anything that's below the 80% area median income, their staff just process those pilots internally. They have it, the city commission gives them that authority to do that, and they move them forward. And again, anything that's above that 80% will then come to the city commission for approval, or to their commission. So administrative approvals could be a consideration for you as well. We were asked about, I think just in general, so who are the folks that we're talking about? Who are the earners within these income ranges when we talk about area median income? And so this slide is really just to show you sort of where area median income fits into the discussion, because we hear it all the time when it comes to housing programs. This is really calculated by geographic areas, by household size. So Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor, Detroit, we're all going to have a different AMI when we talk about how we apply that to our programs. Federal housing programs really have specific, generally the federal housing programs use AMI in terms of their eligibility for those resources. And this is just an example of when you look at something like the Home Investment Partnerships Program, that first section over to the left where you see the under 30% AMI and up to the 60% AMI, for example, where the income and the housing spectrum. So supportive services and affordable housing programs are usually supported at that level. When you get to the 60 to 80%, it's more of the affordable, considered the moderate income. And then when you get up to the workforce housing is at 80 to the 120% AMI. So it's the very low income, moderate, and middle income for those types of programs. And then this is information related to our household, by Grand Rapids household area median income and tenure for where people are living. And you can see that in that first chart, around 56% are in that those first three tiers. And I know Commissioner Perdue, you were interested in information about the first three areas of these income limits previously. And so 56% of our households fall within that. So that's under the 80% area median income. And you can see below that, then that mix between home ownership and rental, and who's renting and who's owning the properties, or who are owner occupants. And then in the far right, to focus us back on the rental households for pilot, you can see that the bulk of the rental households by area median income fall again within that, under that 80% area median income. So if you combine all three of those AMI areas, you have a 73% of our households fit within that income range. The next slide is just an example of, again, we were asked, like, what are wages, who's earning in those levels within area median income. So we pulled information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics for Michigan and just put together some examples of types of work and their annual wages, and then put a chart together to show you the AMI and by a one-person household and then a four-person household, just to give you some idea of what a household annual income might be if you're now looking to support the housing that your rents. Another question was, so what is the housing gap and the demand? And that was information that, again, that we've taken from the Bowen study as I don't know why I keep doing that. As Mayor Bliss indicates, that is a professionally prepared study that provides us a lot of data that we are working from as we move forward with our strategies and the work at the city. And over 14,000, around 14,000 units of is what the gap is for the Grand Rapids, for the city of Grand Rapids. And of those units, just under 8,000 are rental units that are needed. And you can see the breakdown of what that is in terms of the AMIs. The AMIs are a little bit different than what we typically use for our federal programs, but you can see that the bulk of the needed units fall within the below the 80% or at or below the 80% area median income, and that's just over 4,000. And then once you get above that, but below the 120 AMI, it's around 1,500. We had questions about, can we scale this? Can we tier it so that you can have multiple AMIs and units designated for certain income levels? Originally, we showed you an example that was this top scale. It stopped at 80%. Because that was what our recommendation was. And so this just puts it out to 120%. And again, is just an example to show that you can, what it would look like in terms of a service charge for those different categories, of those different area median income levels. And then if you were to consider a split with a service charge and a contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. So if you wanted to focus, and then the question was, well, how would we focus, can we focus on lower income households? And you could do that. You could limit, just as Kalamazoo did, in terms of requiring that a minimum of the units be low income. Or you could just cap your scale at a lower amount than the 120% AMI. So the chart on the left gives you an example of what you could do in terms of a sliding scale if you wanted to require a mix of units with the service charge percentage. There were also questions about impact to developers, some concerns about how developers might take advantage of this, and as well as what impact it might have on smaller emerging developers. I think it's really important to know, as I think Commissioner Connor mentioned before, there are some tools that are, it's a finite resource. Only once it's used, it's replenished, and you can't replenish that. In this respect, it's not. It's available as much as you want to give it out. And yes, it does have an impact in terms of the tax base that you are foregoing, but there's benefits to that as well. So it really benefits the property owners to not have to have their property on the ad valorem tax roll. It's really significant in terms of their ability to make units affordable. It would be available and can be available to any developers of any size and experience, including small-scale emerging developers. The only issue that we see is that there could be some challenges for developers who aren't used to having to meet regulatory requirements, because you will have to, have covenants, have a restrictive covenant. You have to provide evidence that the work was completed or whatever that investment level was made in the property. If it was a rehab, you have to do your income certifications for the rental units. So there's compliance issues that may be challenging, but it's not prohibitive for them to participate. And that developers that are already serving lower income populations would be, of course, able to participate and request a pilot for any projects that they have moving forward in
Connie,
accordance with
I'm
the
going to ask you maybe try to wrap this up in like 5 minutes so that we can get to discussion, knowing that some commissioners need to leave.
Okay.
And I want to make sure that we get to discussion and
Okay.
hopefully
So
provide
then
some
we'll just,
direction.
we'll go past there. And then really, then we also had a sort of a late question that came up about the use of pilot for owner-occupied units. And we really worked hard to try to get an answer on this. And we found that we did talk to MSHDA. And while the intent of the legislation, it's not intended for owner-occupied units, but it's also not explicitly disallowed. And so they didn't officially say, yeah, go for it, but yet they didn't say, don't go for it. So they really just said, if the city could establish local parameters for owner-occupied units, but we should carefully consider the potential impacts or implications in terms of not making sure that we don't have any unintended consequences for a home buyer in the end. So if it's to be considered, we would recommend that you limit it to projects not exceeding 80% of the area median income and limiting it to housing constructed by nonprofit housing developers for sale to income eligible households. And then, but there is a potential for this to be a tool that could help support increased homebuyer funds paying, helping a homebuyer be able to actually obtain a mortgage potentially and having more funds to actually pay the principal and interest. And so really what we need from you is just direction and I guess some understanding of, one, do you want to move forward with some type of amendments to the policy that's in place? What level of AMI do you want to work from? Do you want to cap it at a lower AMI? Do you want to have it allowed to be up to the 120%? Do you want to establish continue with, would you want to establish a tiered service charge? Do you want to have a sliding scale with the, sort of like the example that was provided? So there's a lot of sort of openness here. We just need to know where it is that you'd like to go and what you would like to accomplish with the program.
Right. Thank you. I think I'll start. I personally would like us to make amendments and use this tool. There's a reason why many of us advocated for these changes in Lansing, and I know several of my fellow urban core mayors were very supportive of the legislative changes, and myself included. I think I'll start with Commissioner O'Connor. He's been close to this, has advocated for it for some time, also lent his voice in Lansing to push for changes. So Commissioner O'Connor, you want to kick us off with your comments? I know you have to leave in
Thank you, Mayor.
soon too.
No, yeah, and thank you for the presentation. I'm, extremely excited about the opportunity that amending our pilot ordinance to mirror these state laws to their maximum ability will provide Grand Rapids and provide some of our nonprofit housing developers as well as, very excited. I know it's not explicitly disallowed or allowed, but I think the opportunity to, add this tool to the toolbox to address some of the homeownership opportunity gaps that exist are real. And, if it's not a finite resource, it's just our ability and willingness to give up property tax in lieu of a service fee. But the money that comes back, while less in property tax, also benefits the Affordable Housing Fund. Trying to make that a sustainable venture for the long haul is also important. And that's really the only, outside of, some one-time buckets of cash that are going to get put into that, we don't have any other mechanisms to make that fund sustainable for a longer period of time. So having the more pilots that are in it are going to add more funds to the Affordable Housing Fund that, again, can get leveraged to do other things. Personally, I'm in support of a tiered approach. I know that for a LIHTC application, having that 4% or less pilot is the thing that's necessary to achieve a pilot. So it absolutely, in my mind, makes sense to have a 1-3 split for a total of 4 for under 60% AMI. I still know that the 60 to 80% gap is still difficult, and so on slide 12 you have 5 and 5. I would probably be in favor of potentially lowering the service charge and AHF contribution and have it. I think it should tier up at all 5 points, with obviously at the top of 120, 100 to 120. That should be at the highest point of the metric. One of the other things is figuring out how to use it for that single family stuff. If you look at the slide 9, you see, under 30% AMI, it's a significant portion of those individuals and families are living in rental housing. But as you progress across to the higher AMI thresholds, it's a bigger mix of people seeking home ownership and occupying home ownership. And so, you had mentioned a cap of 80% for home ownership, but if the majority of the people, we want them to be able to move themselves up and have that opportunity for wealth creation through their home, it feels a bit counterproductive to limit it to 80% for home ownership if that happens. And I understand that if someone was able to benefit from a single family home pilot for home ownership and then you sell it to someone else, that it does come off. But I think that's okay, right? It's still it's a property that got added to the system when we needed, we need X number of, and there's another slide that shows the number of, in our previous presentation, the number of single-family homes that are necessary in Grand Rapids per the Bowen study, and it's a significant gap. If it's there's a couple thousand homes necessary, they need to, we don't have 2,000 single-family lots in the city at this point that you could build a single-family home on. And so how do you get, if people in the above 80 AMI bracket want to, and most likely live in a single family owner occupied home that they own, where does that, how do you get there? Where do those homes get built if we don't have 2,000 vacant lots? That the majority of people over 120 AMI aren't renting. So if we build high-end fourplexes, that there's not a lot of people that are going to live in those. There's not a lot of market. It's trying to align the market, what the market wants with what could actually get built with these tools. So.
Yeah, all very good points. Okay, commissioners, other thoughts? Commissioner Robbins and then Purdue.
Yeah, I'll add my support. I agree with much of what was just said. I think it is really important to include up to the 120. I think something that we haven't discussed is it's a really important piece of our talent retention and attraction strategy for the city. I think when you look at the careers that align with that wage range, those are some of the biggest skills gaps that we have in our community, from teachers to nurses, skilled tradesmen and women, entry-level professional jobs and things like that. So I think it would be, especially seeing that all of our other peers have included that piece of the tool, I think is a really important piece overall to the affordability conversation. And then secondly, with the tiered approach, I do think that makes sense. And then lastly, I don't know if I might have missed it, but the administrative versus commission project approval, I guess, I don't know where or when that discussion would take place, but my fear in having every single one of those projects come before the commission for approval, I feel like that might just be an extra barrier to getting them underway, especially if we only meet every 2 weeks, sometimes more than that, depending on the time of year too. So it might seem like it would be removing a barrier in that regard just to have it be an administrative approval. But curious to hear other thoughts on that piece in particular.
Yeah, and Commissioner, I want to make sure too, as we look at AMI, I'm glad in this chart that it includes 4-person. I know many of us know families where, they might both be teachers or both be making anywhere from $50,000 to $60,000 with 2 children or more. They fall within the 80 to 120% AMI, and we want to make sure that we have some tools to make sure that they can buy a home or live in the city as well.
Yep. Yeah, and then one last thing on that too, that range is identified as the second biggest gap according to the study. So I think to not include that, I feel like would be a miss on our part. So that's just my thoughts.
Yeah. Commissioner Purdue, and then did I see other Commissioner Sassi?
Certainly support use for our owner-occupied units. However, I do think folks who seek to own their own property shouldn't have to go through a nonprofit agency to do that, to take advantage of this. So kind of that piece, I disagree with limiting to housing constructed by nonprofit housing developers and folks that they determine who's eligible to sell to. So on slide 15, I do disagree with that recommendation. I would not want to see that move forward. I have to ask, I think an important question is always asking about, to outlay all the benefit, but to also be clear about any risk or potential unintended consequences. So I'm wondering if you might see an unintended consequence possibly being folks seeking to take advantage of this, invest that $25K into upgrading their existing units, bumping up the rent, and then taking advantage of this tax break while displacing folks who need some of those kind of lower price rental units.
So that's where the compliance really comes into play, and that's important because the rents will have to be maintained affordable for the 15-year period that they have the exemption, and they will have to report that to the city.
Annually.
Right.
It's an annual reporting requirement.
So that's also why we are, I think, looking at, so while everything is wide open, we're also trying to put some parameters around it because we also have to be able to manage it, and we also have to be able to make sure that those who are getting the benefit are truly supporting the intent of making these units affordable.
Yeah. And then so after the 15 years, it just goes back to...
It's back on the ad valorem tax roll.
Thank you.
Now, as we see in our larger development projects after that period of time, because now those are projects that have much longer affordability periods, but oftentimes a larger development will come back and make a significant improvement to that property because it's time to make those improvements, and then they'll come back and ask for another pilot because they have appropriate financing to do that, and they've made a significant investment.
Yeah, and that's, again, it would be good to have some sense. I mean, some of us who've been around the table, we know that happens often, or, in our wards. I think each of us know kind of where those properties are within our wards that we represent, but it'd be good to make sure that we have a good sense of that. I know we've always been supportive of developers who maintain affordable units and invest in making upgrades to make sure that those units are still high-quality units for those individuals that are living there. So, Commissioner?
And just want to say one thing on language on slide 18. I don't believe that some of the terms used, supportive services, affordable housing, workforce housing, are the technical, legal documented definitions. But I appreciate the additional information you listed of kind of types of jobs, average annual wages, how that aligns with AMI. That was really, really helpful to kind of paint in kind of these concepts we talk about. And it demonstrates to me that all of these levels are workforce housing, like all of these folks, right? So I just wanted to name that, and I want us to be mindful about our language, and because I think I see a narrative and bias and assumptions about what's workforce, what's affordable, and affordable just means affordable to you, right? And we see that folks are workforce and often our frontline workers across that spectrum that you're showing here. So
Yeah.
just a note on language and mindfulness.
Yeah, that's good input. Commissioner Isasi, can I go to Commissioner Isasi and then we'll try to?
Just want to make sure, what portion is HUD compliance and what is more narrative that staff have utilized? Is any of that language defined by HUD in terms of affordable?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you talking about in terms of the pilot policy?
No, I thought Commissioner Perdue's point was on the
yeah.
spectrum that you have in ranging affordability. How much of that is language that's industry language from HUD, and how much of it is staff communications?
So I would say that this is a language that's industry language. Those AMIs can shift a little bit depending on programs. And so this in particular, where we put and it's really like I should say, let me take that back. That spectrum is across the, I guess, the industry. When it comes to that terminology, sort of like lighter underneath those AMIs where it says very low income, moderate income, middle income, that's where there can be some slight variation in programs. So this would be tied to our home investment partnerships federal program and eligibility.
Well, I think that the question she asked, though, about is to be considered recommended limiting housing to be constructed by nonprofit housing developers. That's recommended by staff. That's not a HUD. That's not a.
It's not a.
That's a staff recommendation. That's
That was
not
a staff recommendation, and the legislation doesn't require any.
Doesn't. Right.
Yeah, it's not
That's what
required by law. Yeah. That's a good clarification. And that's
I'm
the
sorry,
what
I was
took from
responding to
Commissioner.
the city managers.
Oh.
What I thought was the question.
Yeah, and I think that's good input, and I would support Commissioner Purdue's recommendation on that. Commissioner Isasi, I'm going to see if anyone else has comments and see if I can get a little bit of the mind of the commission to give city manager some direction so that we can get this moving and folks can start using it as a tool. Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Ms. Bohach, and thanks for breaking it down. And I think that slide with the follow-up and the questions, I really appreciate that because it's been a little bit of time since we talked about this. So, I think that, I guess I'll go to the thing that I think is, I don't know that they're hard, but the easiest is administrative versus commission approval. So I think about the pilots that have come before us. The time I've been on the commission, I think there's maybe been 2 where we've had some additional questions. So I would certainly support. I think the theme of today was how do we make stuff easier? So let's make stuff easier. So that's an easy, again, with guardrails, like obviously it's not just like willy-nilly, but with guardrails of staff who have deep knowledge. So I'd be very supportive of that. And so then in that same vein of what Commissioner Purdue said in terms of who is the developer of the project, is that coming from some of the compliance and regulatory pieces? And I think sometimes things aren't hard, they just take time. And so, but just knowing like what individuals are getting into. So I would be supportive of trying to make that broad, just as I think again, for me, the theme of today is what do we do more of to get more of what we want? I think the AMI conversation, because everybody has some different pieces, and I saw the news about Detroit, and you're like, okay, what is this, and are we gonna have unintended consequences? I think when I look at the numbers of housing that is needed, and when you get at that, sorry, now I can't find the slide. I guess it doesn't really matter, but when I look at those, the numbers and the percentages in that, and to your point about kind of where is there some overlapping and shadowing, going up to that, I would be supportive of that again. And then also, what are the guardrails in measuring? Are we seeing more of something, or is there an unintended consequence? And I think, again, the theme of today was how do we fail forward and fix things as they emerge? And then I would also say the tiered aspect makes sense, because I think how can we make it just make sense in terms of if you're looking at this and you're trying to go through the process. So I think I've answered all the questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioners, any other comments before I try to wrap up and provide some direction on each of these points? I'll just say I'm comfortable with the recommendations that Commissioner O'Connor shared with going up to 120% AMI, having a tiered system, including home ownership, removing the requirement to work with nonprofit organizations. And, I say use the tool as it was intended to the best of our ability and make it available. And then, as we've done in the past, you all can assess, is it moving forward the goals that we're trying to establish, and you can assess impact. You can decide if you want to make amendments and changes in the future. That will be up to the next body to do that. But I do think that this is a tool that many of us across the state advocated for. The state supported the legislative changes, and we should take advantage of it because we need this type of housing across our city, and this is another tool that we don't have. So, Commissioners, any additional questions or direction? are we all, maybe just we're not going to take a vote today, City Manager, but head nod that we're all in agreement, bring back some draft language for us to look at. We can, again, weigh in as we see something before us, and then move forward. Yes, I'm seeing head shakes. Okay, Commissioner O'Connor, good? Yes, yes, okay.
We'll shoot for the first meeting in December. That way you'll get a second bite at it if we need to reconsider the second meeting.
Great, thank you. All right, so with that, this is a public meeting, so I am going to end our public or our workshop agenda items and see if there's any public comment. Is there anyone here who wishes to be heard by this body? Going once, going twice, seeing none. All right, I'm going to close that public comment period, and as we adjourn, I'm going to say thanks again to all of the city staff that are here. Thank you for spending an entire morning with us and for all your work. City Manager, thank you. Lou Canfield, thank you for your work here, a bright light in this organization, and I really appreciate everything you do. And welcome again, and thank you to our commissioner-elects who are here with us this morning. Hopefully this was helpful, and to my colleagues who continue to pour your heart and soul into this work and give a lot of time to this city in so many ways. Thank you. It's really a joy to serve with you, and I look forward to getting a few more things done while we're still together. So with that, we are adjourned.